Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewart is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
Well, hello. Good morning. Happy Thursday. Final day of our week. Sounds like a lot of people are off today even. It's a holiday in some parts. So if you are on vacation already, celebrating the U.S. men's national team win or getting ready for the 4th of July, hopefully you're tuning in. Maybe you'll catch us later. But Charlie Furbush, Mike Lefko here with you for one final morning this week.
That's right.
Charlie, how's it going, man? How you doing today?
What a week it's been. Thank you for having me on the show. And just it's been a great week. You and I and Maura, you've done a great job in the back as well.
I think on behalf of Maura and myself as well, I think we're appreciative that you came in at 6 o'clock, right? Like that's a rare thing.
Most fill-in hosts just take the Brock route.
The Brock route.
But not you. Yeah, I know. Someone was giving you a hard time the other day when Lefko said you made it just at the nick of time because of your because of Stephanie at Starbucks.
Yes, Stephanie.
And I was thinking, I'm
together.
just grateful that he spends this hour with us.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah.
As am I. I think it's fantastic. I don't know why any guest wouldn't want to come in early and hang out. So.
Yeah, shame on all of them. Charlie, you're the best one that we've had this week. So thank you.
Just capping off a great week.
Yeah,
you know?
and today's going to be a lot of fun. We have a very passionate debate we're going to get into about the upcoming labor talks, or the ongoing labor talks, but the upcoming kind of contentious CBA negotiation, and we're going to figure out how to solve it, I guess, perhaps.
Yes.
That's at 7:30. We are going to have G. Scott in here at 8:30 because it's kind of our Friday today, so he's going to come in, and as always, I have no idea what we're going to talk about because he sits down, we end up talking for 25 minutes, and then boom. Okay, we move on. Never have anything really planned.
He's gonna get to MC the U.S. being here again on Monday.
That's true, and he was there yesterday emceeing another match. I'm sure he's got plenty to say on that. I just never have to worry about what we're going to talk about. He's got ideas.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to grill you in all ways you probably don't want to be grilled.
Yes, that is the main thing. Maybe you as well. He doesn't know a lot about your life. Maybe he'll grill you as well.
I know. We do share birthdays.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You guys can bond over that. Here's the things at 8, right? I think, here's the thing. We have some good ones, so that's an entertaining thing. We got some text, here's the thing as well, that we're going to incorporate in. Maybe it was just kind of side shots on me, but we're going to work that in as well.
No, for some reason, not my favorite thing. For some reason, they took the voicemail app that we've been using for a while and added a text option when we already have our text line.
Okay.
And I'm getting a lot of tech complaints and stuff on there as I'm trying to find the voicemails for Here's the Thing.
Okay. So we have that, and then Answer the Question Jerk. We'll close out the week with that at 9:45. 866-979-3776. But, Charlie, I can't believe we're doing this. We are opening the show talking about soccer. We're talking about soccer. Now, in the context of the United States and representing our country and seeing our country succeed on the national stage, that I have a lot of pride for. It's very exciting to see all these people who are into it, all the watch parties all over the place, and all of that. Yay, cool. People are excited. The sport of soccer itself, and I really was trying to soften on it because of the stakes and situation. I came away more irritated after watching that match last night. I am more out on soccer after that.
Because of the red card?
Because of the red card, because of just the constant flopping on a big stage, because there should be some embarrassment to just go around and act like that. And yes, because of the red card, because you can adversely impact something for an accidental play. Because in the spirit of the rule, all the soccer reply guys were in the comments after everyone was showing outrage, rightfully so. Like, well, that is the spirit of, that is literally the rule. They go, you don't know soccer. That's the rule. You can't come in studs up, rake the back of the Achilles, and step on his ankle. That's always a red card. All right, well, the problem is intent matters. In every sport, intent matters. And if there's nothing to distinguish intent, you've lost me as a sport. You're a comically inept excuse for a sport. So that is terrible. And it's so prohibitive as well. Like, why are you kicked out for the rest of the match and an entire other match?
Yeah, I mean, believe me, I'm not going to sit here and say that there are rules in soccer that are questionable, right? But how can you not enjoy that? Like, how can you not be a fan of what's going on right now and around the country? And the fact that Team USA historically hasn't played this well in this event, and we're getting to watch a little bit of maybe recent, history, if you will.
I'm a fan of the winning part. I just wish we didn't have to watch it. I guess I don't know. I think we know.
Is it that bad? Are you that out on soccer? You're sitting there going, "Oh my gosh!"
That and then it's. Listen, here's
wow.
what
I didn't know that sport would make you that uncomfortable.
Well, I want your perspective on this because I know you kind of have a soccer enthusiast.
Did you play growing up at all?
Yeah, and then I got bored of it in like third grade.
So then it was like,
real
so then you just went.
Did you see how full that stadium was yesterday?
Yes,
right?
because it's so soccer in the rest of the country, the rest of the world, it is their sport because sadly they never grew up with anything else. Here we had the benefit of invented baseball, football, basketball. Those sports took forth.
Oh, boy.
So on the national stage, we have sports that we care about more. On the international stage, that's all they have. So it's become a big deal. So for the world, yes, it is a massive event. And then to see us succeeding in that, it's that like country pride, right? You have a country pride of you're beating someone in something else. That's why everyone gets in on the Olympics. Soccer and the World Cup is magnified because it's just one sport. So yes, you have this outsized attention on it. The sport itself is horribly flawed, though, because of that regard. And then I want your thoughts on this.
You're really taking this filling in for Mike Salk thing.
Well, yeah, but
this is new high score
I do not
here.
think there's any defense to this, and like the soccer fans as well, because we do want their input. I think we threw it out there in the afternoon show. Like, what do you like about this sport? I'm curious, and why? Here's what I had one of the biggest problems with: the U.S. goalie late in the match catches the ball, goes down, all right, kills a few seconds. The Bosnia guy runs near him. And then all of a sudden, the U.S. guy is in agony, holding his face, writhing in pain. It's like, come on. Like, we know that guy did not kick you. And if he did, it would be very obvious they're going to show it.
I mean,
lo and behold,
annoying, but you
lo
have
and
it.
behold,
You have it in the NBA too.
No,
every now
not
and
to
then
that
you see it in
extent.
hockey. Like,
no, not to that extent. It's not everyone all the time. In the NBA, you have a couple guys like Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, and he's mocked for it, and people hate him for it. In soccer, it's every single time they go to the ground because they're attempting to draw a foul. If I'm that, I was embarrassed for the U.S. goalie. I was like, come on, man.
I get it. Conversely, it's like the women's soccer team. They don't do that. This is like a men's soccer issue.
Okay, so I guess my frustration should solely be with men's soccer then.
I don't know.
Toughen up, men.
Well,
Come on.
I think to your point, and even to Maura's point, and other sports acting this way, it just seemingly is more amplified in soccer when we watch other sports that are also contact type sports, right? Obviously with football being the most contact. And I think we look at athletes and we, from across the board, and even ingrained as kids, it's like, well, guess what? When you get knocked down, what do? You get right back up,
exactly.
And I think there is this, well, I'm going to get knocked down. Let me hang out for a minute, and then I'll get back up.
I'm going to cry about it for a little bit.
Also, I think, and then you throw in a little bit of, what seemingly seems like acting, right?
yeah. I mean, did you ever watch Ben Roethlisberger play?
Yeah, people don't like Ben Roethlisberger.
It's like, I'm dying.
Right.
Oh, never mind. I'm fine.
Right.
I mean, and I'm a Celtics guy. Remember Paul Pierce? Walking.
Well, that was a bathroom incident.
You guys are mentioning like one-offs that I think then people are like, all right, man, we don't like you for that. But this, it's every single time there's contact.
Annoying. It's annoying.
And that's kind of the reason that
but
the red card happened.
You're also taught as athletes to have tough skin. So right now, you seem to be susceptible to the sport of soccer, Lefko.
Well, I want to know why we're supposed to like it. Because I'm giving it a chance. I'm trying. I'm being a little more open-minded than Salk here because it is a massive stage, and I'm not anti-U.S. team. I want them to win because it's something that the rest of the world takes so seriously. So it'd be great to see our country beat them in a sport that everyone else cares about so much. But it's a tough watch. From the watch itself, from the sake of sitting down and watching a match, that stuff is just so annoying, and it's constant throughout. The Paul Pierce example, the Ben Roethlisberger example, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, those are isolated things throughout the entirety of a sport. This is every single person, almost every single time.
Well, not like that, but yeah, there is a commonality across the game, right? And then I think and that's where I think, as we brought it up a couple days ago, like in the flopping aspect, it's like, how would you seemingly get rid of it? Like, what is the remedy to fix it, right? Because like if that's the gripe, is like, okay, well,
yellow card, and then 2 you're out. Boom. In hockey, embellishment's a penalty.
Embellishment.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there you go.
Yeah. At what point does it cross the line, though? I think that's the thing that's tough, is that there are plays that you do have some pretty good physical contact, and at that point, do you let, there's like a gray area, right? We're like, whoa, he actually did get hit, but then sure enough, he gets right up and pops and keeps running.
It's a judgment call, like everything we have seen in this sport, where the initial red card
the
on
US
Balogun wasn't a penalty.
Could have gotten a yellow for that.
Yes, I would have given him a yellow for that.
Okay.
I was so embarrassed at the end of that. I was like, come on, man. You guys are up. You have minutes left. You are going to sit there. I didn't care that he sat on the ball for a couple minutes. That's good gamesmanship. But then, over the top, the guy runs near you. In what other sport, if you get bumped or a guy not even touching you, you're rolling around, you're grabbing your face to try to get a penalty, and you can tell now because of the very contentious VAR, the video assistant referee or whatever, that it obviously didn't touch you.
Yeah. Maybe there's like an additional play clock that would start, or like they would count down. You know, and like in football, you got to get the playoff.
Yeah.
Right? Like, could there be an additional...
Oh, don't even get me started about the time thing.
The time,
So the time is just a concept, like we said. It's not strictly enforced.
And then
There's so many things.
Well, I know, and I think the ever unknown surprise for a lot of soccer fans, they're like, well, how many stoppage minutes are we going to get? You know, you got 10 last night.
It's flawed. It's a deeply flawed sport in a lot of ways.
That's
I get
fun,
why
man.
Salk
It's
wanted to
fun
go
right
on
now.
a 10-minute rant. I won't do that.
You basically did.
I kind of did. I know. You were here to kind of level me out. More, I think maybe you've gotten used to Salk's anti-soccer take, so she was here to kind of bring me back down as well. But
maybe get some, instead of acting like a, soccerista right now or whatever you are.
The anti-soccerista.
Yeah, well, let's get some coffee going for you can be
we'll get into the good about soccer, because the U.S. did win, so they are coming here. That's something important we'll talk about, and everything else you need to know coming up. Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Are the Seahawks the most disrespected Super Bowl team ever? What would you say?
Most def. I think it's because of the style. If you look back at, let's say, like the last 5 Super Bowl champions minus the Seahawks, Philly, Saquon Barkley, 2,000 yards. Offense is great. Defense is on point. Kansas City, the next 2 years, you got Pat Mahomes.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, if I've heard it once, I've heard it 100 times from our sports teams in town. Talent acquisition, we need it. I'm guessing at IRG, talent acquisition is also key for you?
Absolutely, Brock. Talent acquisition is everything. Our strength here at IRG is what I call our human capital. These are the folks that work here at IRG with a passion, with a focus on building great teams, providing great care, and being involved in the community. We want the best and brightest. And if you're looking for an opportunity to be the best and brightest, IRG is the place for you. We will provide mentorship, continued education, personal and professional growth. We have it all for you. We want the best and brightest.
If you want to be a part of that team, all you got to do is go visit one of their 40 convenient locations. IRG is in your neighborhood. All the details as well, you can find them at irgpt.com. That's irgpt.com.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last dent. Accurate Auto Body.
Looking for a pre-owned Toyota you can actually count on? Then you need to take a trip to Toyota of Renton. Each vehicle passes a rigorous 160-point inspection, so you drive off with confidence. Plus, their service center has factory-certified techs and genuine Toyota parts to keep you running strong. Come meet the incredible team, ask questions, and take a test drive in their variety of dependable, certified, pre-owned inventory. See them in person at Toyota of Renton or online at toyotaofrenton.com.
Progressive knows that boat days can come with unexpected problems.
Oh no, I dropped my lip balm in the water. I can't think of anything worse than the looming threat of potentially having chapped lips. It was ginger vanilla too, my favorite flavor.
If a real problem comes along, your boat's protected 24/7 with Progressive, so you can keep worrying about boater problems. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in D.C.
In a contracting business, you're either growing or you're grinding. Success is no longer about hard work alone. It's about using AI to accelerate impact. Service Titan is the only integrated intelligence that seamlessly automates your entire workflow, from first call to final invoice. Born in the trades, built for visionaries ready to stop operating and start automating. Service Titan, AI for the trades.
Mariners and Angels tonight at T-Mobile. 6:40 first pitch, pregame at 5:30. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, even though they didn't play, it was a productive day for the Mariners. They're tied for first again in the AL West. The Rangers lost the finale against the Guardians. Texas begins a series at home today against the Tigers. The Mariners finished their series against the Angels. That break yesterday because of the World Cup here in Seattle. Bryce Miller gets the ball for the Mariners. Tonight will be his first start at home, not pitching in a piggyback setup. What do you expect out of Bryce Miller tonight, Charlie?
Well, I know he certainly likes not being piggyback, so I think having him go as deep in the game as you can is just a really good thing for Bryce. And as we've seen this year, he's been off to an incredible start. So continue to build off that and be a force in this rotation.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
I'll certainly dive into Miller a lot more and the final game for the Mariners, certainly with the All-Star break looming. But the stage is set Monday night here in Seattle, U.S. versus Belgium, the round of 16. And the U.S., well, they got there with some controversy, but also with a huge goal late in the first half.
Ray, only man there, able to steer it to Adams, flicks it along Tillman. He's got Balogun making a run off him. Can he get around with that ball? To the deflection, Balogun scores! Flo Balogun, first to react to the deflection, It's 1-0 U.S.
Charlie, Balogun's been dominant. Nothing can stop this guy. Oh, wait. Sorry. Something can stop this guy. It's if you arbitrarily kick him out of the game, and then also because of how unnecessarily strict that rule is, he misses the next game also. No sport is like that. That's a terrible punishment.
There should
crazy.
be an appeal process.
There's
right?
no appeal process. You can't just say, well, hey, maybe should we have notched that down to a yellow? No. Red card, he's out. Part of my frustration this morning.
Yeah, you ever, in baseball, right, if something happens and you get suspended 2 games, you can always appeal it. And sometimes that suspension will get knocked down to 1 game. So would there be an appeal process where, it can be looked at from various angles again, right? So in the heat of the moment, knowing you have to make the call quickly, you're not going to sit on VAR for 20 minutes, right? So if there are a bunch of schools of thought, as we've all seen, maybe there's a way to add an appeal process so this doesn't happen.
And the annoying soccer people will tell you, because they've been chiming in on the comments of people who don't understand, rightfully so, why it was a red card. The soccer guy is like, that's clearly a red card. It is the strict interpretation of the law of the game. Intent doesn't matter. Well, if intent doesn't matter, what are we even doing here? Because in every other sport, intent matters. You have different levels of penalties based on intent. Those two are jostling for a ball. He stepped on his ankle. Okay, sure, that hurts. It's like if a guy's going up for a rebound, steps on his ankle. We were talking about this. Basketball, different levels of fouls. Hockey, you have 3 different levels of penalties. Football, you have a 5-yard, 15-yard penalty. Soccer, no.
Yeah. What are you going to do?
I know. What are you going to do? All that being said, Monday is going to be incredible, though, right? I mean, we saw what it was
rate,
like.
You're not going to go.
No, I'm not going to go.
You're not going to watch.
Down there. I have to watch. I mean, I want to watch. I want to see them win. That's the whole point.
Man, that must be so painful for the biggest soccer fan in this room right now.
I want to see our country win in anything. That's why I will sit through gymnastics and swimming every 4 years. Like, hey, you're beating other countries? Great. It's fun to see the U.S. and see the city and this country come together and bond with sports. That's why sports are great. That's what we love when the Mariners go on a run, the Seahawks win the Super Bowl, things like that, because it brings people together. The sport itself, the literal on-field product, I would like vastly changed.
I understand. I just think there is more good in soccer than bad, as the way you feel, right? I mean,
you're the good cop here, too.
Yeah,
Charlie.
exactly.
I'll be the bad cop.
There's a seesaw effect here. You can spew out all your complaints, and I'll tell you know what, it's pretty awesome when somebody scores a goal from like 30 yards out.
You're the
and
good
just an absolute
here.
rocket. I'm like, oh, that's incredible. Or like a goalie diving, right, and blocking a goal. Pretty cool stuff, man.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, we need Maura's help on this one. Massive trade news in the NBA yesterday. The Celtics traded Jaylen Brown to the Sixers for Paul George, 2 first-round picks, and 2 second-round picks. Maura, how do you feel about that one?
No, it's a horror. Like they didn't get nearly what they should have for him. Boston did.
Why?
A great trade for the 76ers.
Yeah, why trade Jaylen Brown? I'm confused
There's
by that.
been lots of rumors that he has not gotten along with the front office for a long time now. They've made it clear in the reports that he didn't demand a trade, but I think they felt like it was untenable for him to stay there. Even though, like, with Jason Tatum out hurt this year, he was incredible for them. They got them where they needed to be. But I think they felt like it was untenable, but that's why I don't know why they weren't in on the Giannis trade or something sooner, because at this point I think everyone knew they were going to have to get rid of them, and they had to take less because of that.
All right, well, they did sign Mitchell Robinson. Feeling any better about that one?
No.
Okay.
My guess is
Mitchell Robinson.
those draft picks are going to be huge for them, right? That's the future right there. Is the 2028 draft pick first round and 31 first round, I think.
I don't know.
I think they had 2 first rounders, 2 second
Yeah,
rounders, but they said they wanted 4 first rounders when they started.
That's crazy. Wow. Can we have your draft picks for the next 10 years, please?
Yeah. Ugh. All right, the soccer people have chimed in. That's everything you need to know. Of course, they've missed the point completely. 2 people have said there are levels of penalties in soccer. Great, but they're not based on intent, or obviously the Balogun red card would have been a yellow because there was no intent there.
Right.
So I don't care that he stepped on his ankle. You can clearly see that there are 2 people in position, which, by the way, he was there first, right? Guy comes around his back, and that's why when they jostle for position, he steps on his ankle. There's literally no defending that red card. So get out of here. We're giving soccer more time than it deserves on these airwaves.
At the end of the day, this is a referee call, so we should be mad that the referees are so sensitive to this play.
Yeah, and it wasn't even called on the field. You had to go to your good old video assistant referee.
That's right.
Yeah. All right. Well, you got me going again here.
Oh, here he goes.
I'm kind of glad Salk's not here. I think he would have taken it even to a further level than I have. So
what
you're
if
lucky.
you and Salk were hosting?
You're lucky,
this would have
listeners.
been just the
4
worst.
hours of soccer hate. Yeah, that would have happened. All right. But I want to talk about the Mariners because they're in the midst of a good stretch and they're going for the series sweep. So we will check in with Bob Nightengale. He's got some good insight that he'll share with Charlie and I on the Mariners, what they could do at the trade deadline, and then some potential news on the labor negotiations between Major League Baseball and the MLBPA. All that comes up next. It's Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, home of Brock and Salk, morning 6 to 10.
Can we please stop crowning the Rams already? The season hasn't even begun yet. I think it ignores a whole bunch of stuff. We've seen teams try to put together these super teams before. I can't come up with the last time it actually worked. And oh, by the way, I've talked about this a bunch. They didn't add Myles Garrett. They upgraded to Myles Garrett. They lost a guy in Jared Verse who was also a very good player.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Do you have stiff laundry or scale buildup on your sinks and showers? Those are classic signs of hard water. At Culligan, they deliver softer, cleaner water throughout your entire home. A Culligan water softener removes the hardness from your water and extends the life of your appliances. Plus, it can improve the quality of your skin and hair. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Go to Culligan.com. That's Culligan.com. Contaminants or impurities may not be in your water.
Explore the American Supercar and British Motorcycle exhibits at LeMay, America's Car Museum. Coming up in July, First Responders Appreciation Day, drive-in movie night, cars and coffee, cruise-in, and more. Dates and tickets at americascarmuseum.org.
A luxury ranch estate that overlooks its own lake? The Stillwater Ranch blends refined living, recreation, and income-producing land just minutes from Spokane. Explore this ranch and more at fayranches.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code FOCUS to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code FOCUS to borrow up to $10,000. Use code FOCUS to borrow up to $10,000.
Looking for a pre-owned Toyota you can actually count on? Then you need to take a trip to Toyota of Renton. Each vehicle passes a rigorous 160-point inspection, so you drive off with confidence. Plus, their service center has factory-certified techs and genuine Toyota parts to keep you running strong. Come meet the incredible team, ask questions, and take a test drive in their variety of dependable, certified, pre-owned inventory. See them in person at Toyota of Renton or online at toyotaofrenton.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, Mike Lefko and Charlie Furbush here in this week for Brock and Salk. We've been talking a lot of Mariners. That's what happens. We have a former player in, but great to have the baseball conversation flowing. We'll continue it right now with our guest, Bob Nightengale, MLB insider and columnist for USA Today, joins us here on the show. Bob, good morning. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, sure. My pleasure.
Yeah, we appreciate all you do in covering the sport, and it's always fascinating to get kind of the national perspective on the Mariners because, you know, from the national side, you could see things a little bit differently at times, and we do so dialed in here. So just on the outset, Bob, what's your perception of this Mariners team right now, sitting here at a 44-43 record?
Just kind of perplexing. I mean, it should be a team that, you know, runs away with that division, and it hasn't happened. So it's allowed Texas to hang around, and, you know, Houston Astros should have been dead and buried. You know, now they have life. So we'll see what happens the second half. But, I mean, you would think the Mariners would have had about a 10-game lead by now, and it just hasn't happened.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a roller coaster ride, to say the least. But obviously, with the team going really far into the playoffs last year and kind of setting the tone of the expectation this year, how much pressure is on this front office this year to really getting there?
Well, yeah, I mean, like you said, the American League is so wide open. I mean, it's probably the worst it's been in, you know, decades. I can't remember the American League being this down, where you only have, 4 or 5 teams over 500, and there's not, you know, a big favorite. You know, was the Yankees. Now they're struggling. You know, they haven't played well at all. Lost, 6 in a row here. You got Tampa Bay on top of the division, the White Sox. So I think there's be a lot of pressure because the Mariners see the opening. I mean, if you're ever going to get to World Series, this is the year because there's no powerhouse in the American League.
Bob, is there something you can attribute that to? It is kind of fluky, and I was thinking along with you there, like the American League is really down, and there are no dominant teams there. As you mentioned, there's just only a few teams above 500. Is it just kind of a fluke this year? Is it the lack of maybe all the superstars the National League has? What things can you maybe point to as like, okay, this is why there aren't that many good teams in the AL this year?
You know, I think it might just be on the spending habits and the aggressiveness of the National League. I think the Dodgers set the example, like, okay, if you want to get the World Series, you got to go to L.A., and you better spend some money or be aggressive with trades. The Mets have spent more money than the Dodgers have. The Phillies are, top 5 in payroll. The Giants have gone up there. The Cubs are top 5 payroll. So I think the Dodgers have kind of set that, example. It's like, okay, if we want to catch these guys, what do we have to do? Where in the American League is like, okay, the Blue Jays spent money. What do we have to do to get past the Blue Jays? And I think people thought, well, not that much. They're catchable. So it's allowed teams to be a little more comfortable or a little more passive in their approach.
Yeah, for sure. And now as we turn the calendar to July, we were marveling that it's July 1st already. It's crazy how fast the baseball season goes. But with the deadline, with just over a month away, do you expect the trade deadline to be more of an active one or kind of a slow one this year?
Yeah, I think it could be more on the slow aspect of it, just because so many teams are in the race. I mean, look at the American League. I mean, I know the Angels are 7.5 out. Realistically, they don't have a prayer, but mathematically they do. So there's just so many teams that are alive. I think a lot of teams won't be able to make up their mind here until about maybe 3-5 days before the actual August 3rd trade deadline. So and certainly if you're going to sell, this is the time to do it, because you should get a lot for it, because there'll be a lot of buyers out there and not too many big time sellers.
Yeah, with that, and with it being kind of a seller's market, how difficult do you think it'll be for a team like the Mariners to acquire talent? I mean, you're going to have to dip into some key prospects. Is it going to be we grade trades, right? The winner and the loser. Is it going to be something where on the surface it feels like someone maybe overspent to acquire a guy because of all the competition to land someone here?
Probably, particularly with relievers. I mean, the Mariners could have could use a couple relievers, but you can say the same thing about every team in baseball could use at least one back end reliever to help out. Certainly the Mariners could use a 7th inning and 8th inning guy. So yeah, then of course the definition of what do you overspend? If you give away top prospects and get to the World Series, it's worth it. It doesn't matter, who you give up. So that's the bottom line. And I think to overspend, you got to believe your team is not only good enough to make the playoffs, but to get to the World Series. And I think that might be the case for the Mariners. Like it's not good enough just to get to the playoffs. Not after what they did last year. It's really World Series or bust. Particularly just being one game away from the World Series a year ago, and the American League being as bad as it is this year.
Yeah, and now with the pitchers with the Mariners have really done a really good job, and the Mariners do such a good job just developing pitchers and knowing that they have some studs in the minor leagues that will be in a Mariner uniform before you know it, but there's obviously a surplus of starters in this rotation. Have you heard anything around the league, or is there a starter or a pitcher that maybe other teams are trying to pry away from the Mariners?
I mean, certainly teams would love to have a starter. There's a lot of contenders out there that need a starter. So if the Mariners wanted to trade, Luis Castillo or someone like that, there'd be plenty of takers. Who knows? I mean, it's a little unusual, but certainly it happens. You could, the Mariners could trade a starter to another contender for a contender's, top reliever, that sort of thing. So that's very possible. But I mean, everybody's looking for pitching, and the Mariners have the abundance of it. But more starters than relievers, obviously. So this is very possible. The Mariners can end up making trades with contenders. So both teams are buying but helping each other in areas of need.
Yeah, Bob, it's the unique situation of having too much starting pitching. And the Mariners have now thrown out this piggyback at times that I know it's not common around baseball because teams don't usually have a surplus of starters. But with that in mind and kind of the evolving plan they've used with their starting rotation, do you have a sense of, I don't know if you've seen the piggyback up close or you're kind of aware of what they've been doing, but what do you think they should do moving forward with this rotation if they still have 6 pitchers after the trade deadline?
Yeah, I don't know what else you can do except for, piggyback unless you want to go to a six-man rotation. And they certainly don't want to do that. It'd be easier to do that if you already had the playoffs wrapped up. If you had, be like the Dodgers and had a 12-game lead, you could have a guy go once a week for that matter. So I think they're going to have no choice, to piggyback and just, wait. What always happens if you trade away a starter or two, you think you have too much. Next thing you know, a couple of guys get hurt. I wish I had those starters back. So it's a great protection for injuries, and certainly, gives you depth in the, come playoff time, the pitching key innings, because come playoff time, you're usually not going, 7 or 8 innings. You're going more like, 5 innings max, and then bring in a relief help. So, they're still in a very great situation just because of that surplus.
Yeah, for sure. And with Dan Wilson leading the helm, he really is a player's manager, and I think he has done a tremendous job handling this group. What is your opinion of Dan and how he's handled this year so far?
Yeah, it's a tough thing for, managed pitching and everything else. I mean, usually you're only good as your players, and the Mariners have a lot of underachieving players right now. So, that reflects, then you go back to manager. Well, he's underachieving because his players are underachieving. So I think a lot of times it gets overblown. Okay, it's the manager's fault. When usually it isn't. You're only as good as your players. So I think he's done, as good a job as he has since he got there. I don't think there's any heat on him if they miss the playoffs or something. I don't think that, he'll be the one to blame. And I don't think, if they win the World Series, that he gets all the credit either. It's up to the players to step up here in the second half because they've had a number of them who have, underachieved.
Bob, you have a piece out this morning on USA Today about the trade rumors for 7 potential All-Stars, headlined, of course, by Tarek Skubal. Ultimately, where do you think he ends up, and how could that swing the balance of power for whoever lands him?
I think he ends up in Atlanta. I'm not going to discount the Dodgers. I think if you're the Tigers, you want to trade them outside the league. Not that it matters. This year they're not going to sign him as a free agent. I think of all the teams, the contenders, they need him the most. I mean, the Yankees should be fine once they get Max Fried back. It'd be a luxury. For the Dodgers, you're still going to get Blake Snell back and Tyler Glasnow at some point. It's just a luxury. Where I think in Atlanta's case, is much more of a need. I'd love to see a team like the Milwaukee Brewers go for it and grab him, give him a really tough rotation with Mizrachi and Harrison and him. But with their offensive struggles, I think they need more of a bat than anything else.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more on the offense side of things. And as we look at who's available, I know there's been various players thrown out of who the Mariners could acquire from a right-handed bat standpoint. I know Taylor Ward's been thrown out. Is there anyone that, comes to mind that you think would be a really good fit for this Mariners lineup?
You got guys like, for the Angels, Joe Adell's out there. There's not a ton of guys out there. I mean, the guy that everybody wants is Wilson Contreras, who's had a marvelous year with the Red Sox, but he's just got 2 more years of control. I don't think the Red Sox give up on him, but I think he would be a prize bat. But there's just been a lack of those guys. I know the Philadelphia Phillies been looking for a bat for quite a while, and they're in the market and they're going to be very aggressive. So there's not that one magical bat out there. That same thing with the Houston Astros. People thought, okay, we can trade for Paredes or trade for shortstop Pena or Christian Walker at first base. But now the fact that the AL West has been so down, it's allowed the Astros to believe that they can win the division. So none of those guys are going anywhere now.
Yeah, it's an interesting complication now thrown into the mix with everyone in contention. Bob, I'm curious to get your thoughts on, unfortunately, a situation that's kind of looming ominously in the background. That's the labor negotiations with the CBA expiring at the end of the season. And we remember what happened after 2021. Luckily, it wasn't that long of a lockout, but it did impact spring training. Both sides seem very dug in. Do you get a sense of anything that could really get the ball rolling while the season's still going, or is this going to take that looming deadline of the CBA expiring to really get talks moving?
Yeah, it always takes a deadline, no matter if you're a student in college getting your papers done or, work at home, that sort of thing. Yeah, I don't see it happening before December 1st, which is the lockout date. And, last time we had 99 days. But when the last one happened, the executive subcommittee of players, and there's 8 of them, they voted 8-0, like, okay, we're not going back to play. We're going to keep negotiating. And then went to the rank and file. And then 26 of the 30 teams said, wait a minute now, we want to play.
Yeah.
And I think Major League Baseball is trying to piggyback off that and thinking, okay, let's raise this minimum, to 1.2 million, 1.25 million. Let's get a lot more money to the arbitration guys. Let's maybe lower free agency for guys who are 30 and older, that sort of thing, and try to get the young guys in middle class to say, hey, we like this. We're not going to sit out because of a lockout. So that being said, I still think spring training will be, reduced and pushed back. And I think it may take at least one missed paycheck, which would be, first, second week of April, to see who blinks. When the players say, you know what, I don't want to miss any more paychecks, or the owners say, we don't want to, lose our TV money, and the players aren't going to budge, so let's do something else.
Bob, we really appreciate the time. Before we let you go here, just maybe kind of a little bit more on that. I know it's tough now. Do you have a sense, though, of an area where either side might compromise? We know the salary cap for the players is just a hard stop. They don't want it. We know the owners are dug in on wanting to put the salary cap there. Could you see some other areas where compromise might happen?
Well, I think it'd still be involving the payroll. So say, now it's obviously the money hasn't worked. The taxes, hasn't deterred the Mets or the Dodgers, that sort of thing. I think now it might be like, okay, you lose draft picks. Everybody loves draft picks. They know how valuable they are. What if MLB tells the players union, okay, we'll have our top teams. If you go with this certain luxury tax, you lose your first round draft pick, or you lose your first 2 rounds of draft picks. That's a stiff penalty, and we promised to raise the floor. So that could be some type of compromise. Because the big thing too is the union wants, hey, we don't want these teams not spending money just to pocket it, and it drives the big market owners crazy too. Like, okay, a team like the Pittsburgh Pirates shouldn't be making as much money as the Yankees, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, and hopefully they can get a compromise or a deal worked out and not affect too many baseball games next season, but we will certainly see. Bob Nightengale, MLB insider and columnist for USA Today, has been our guest this morning. Bob, thank you. We really appreciate you taking the time.
Sure, my pleasure. Take care, guys.
All right, thanks. Great insight on the national perspective, and I know he's pretty plugged in when it comes to those negotiations. He was on the scene when they were happening back in 2021 that did lead into 2022, and Charlie, I guess I can reveal it now. This is the source and subject of our dun-dun-dun big debate coming up tomorrow, the salary cap. It's not really a debate. I think it's going to be a good discussion, because now in today's society, I think you lose that respectful, passionate disagreement when it comes to any topic. But sports is meant to have differing opinions and differing outcomes that you talk through and you say, okay, I see your perspective. I want to counter with this. And we were kind of really going at it back and forth with some passionate defenses of how we feel about certain things when it comes to this discussion, the CBA talks, all off air. I mean, it was like an hour's worth of conversation in between the entirety of our show on Tuesday. I was like, all right, we got to get this out in the open, on air. Thursday's a perfect time to do it because there's no game to react to. But, Bob kind of outlined, and you're certainly well-versed in it, as a former player, as a guy who is still a big part of this, the challenges, I think, that will happen for both these sides to come together and say, this is our agreement, and we are satisfied enough that both sides sign it.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time. And, like Bob said, I hope it doesn't go into next season, right? I think that having some negotiations and being as willing to be negotiating in good faith on both sides, right? I think, initially when you get these proposals that come out, maybe they just seem one-sided and maybe they seem a little helpful to the other side. But at the end of the day, there's got to be concessions on both sides. And if the players feel, and I know they do, they don't want to budge from the salary cap, all right, well, then, I think being able to show up at the table and say, well, what else can we negotiate, right? Like, are there other things that we can figure out ways to continue to advance the game so that the big teams, the small teams, the players, everyone involved can all reap the benefits, right? So the league and the players, no one wants this lockout, right? They want to get to a negotiation where it works. So, and knowing that, as we talked about, they're 5-year agreements. So you don't have to get it perfect. You just got to get it good for the next 5 years and then, say, all right, well, we accomplished those goals on both sides. We still haven't gotten there where we want to be. Well, let's push it 5 years. Let's make an agreement for 5 years that let's continue the game and continue to play. And as I talked about with you, we don't want to not see Julio. We don't want to not see Shohei Ohtani. There are some incredibly amazing, one-of-a-kind baseball players right now. And I think, this looming negotiation could be, you could be looking at a lockout. And I just think no one wants it. But at the end of the day, as we talked about, and we'll get into tomorrow, the game, it's going to be hard, the game to have like replacement players, right? Like that, I just don't see that ever being a avenue that's really worth it for anyone. So I think knowing the history of how this has worked within the negotiations as a former player rep, I think continuing to think of it outside the box while, both sides can generally get what they want, right? I mean, like you said, you don't want a work stoppage. You want to see baseball next year, right?
Yeah, you know how brutal 2022 was? And that was just a couple weeks shaved off. Mm-hmm. That felt like the absolute worst. I remember we were all in here just desperate for any kind of morsels of something happening, and it dragged on. And, they resolved that on March 10th. So ultimately, only about 2 weeks of the season were affected. And you tacked them on at the end of the year. That felt like the most brutal, miserable thing ever.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, this is a more entrenched, dug in, bitter kind of dispute that's happening this time around. Yeah. So that's what concerns me. As Bob Nightengale said, maybe it takes a missed paycheck. It's like, all right, well, then you're dealing with potentially a delayed start of the season again, and that's no guarantee that just one missed paycheck gets the job done.
Yeah, well, and I think you look at the National League, right? He mentioned the Dodgers and the Mets that are clearly operating under, the rules, but doing it differently, right? And I think that's the general perception right now is that there is disparity among the league. But, from the player side, there isn't. I mean, you look at the Rays and you look at the Brewers, two small market teams just running it right now. So I think that's what's so difficult is that, yes, maybe it leans that way if you spend more money each year because you have the ability to buy more players, essentially buy more wins, have a better team. But it doesn't mean that the small market teams can't compete. You're seeing it right now that these teams are competing and drafting very well and developing really well. So as much as there may seem like disparity in the league when it comes to payroll, when it comes to actual performance on the field, you're seeing the small market teams can still compete with the big market teams.
Yeah, I knew you feel and have felt passionately about this because you're well versed in it from the player side. So that's why I was interested to kind of fully dive into it and pull out all the avenues of the complications that could arise. And, you have some great background info on the player's perspective that I think it's tough to understand if you haven't been there, but you laid it out well for me. Do I fully agree? Maybe not. But that's why we're going to talk about it. That's why we're going to talk about it tomorrow. So that is coming up tomorrow. But unfortunately, it's the topic that looms over this whole season. And it might affect the season as well in terms of, you're mentioning a team going for it. We weighed the calculus of, hey, the Mariners, you're going to give up a prospect to try to win now? Well, yeah, if there's uncertainty about a 2027 season or even a delayed season that could impact things. Even if you start the 2027 season a month later, who knows how that affects an entire team. So I think it further adds some urgency for this group in place right now for the Mariners when you're starting to see a team that is capable of its World Series aspirations with that pitching staff, with people getting healthy. Not us saying it. Jeff Passan literally said it yesterday when you asked him, are the Mariners still a World Series contender? Unequivocally, yes. The Yankees, the Mariners, and he kind of threw the Rays in there. Oh, almost begrudgingly for Passan, but he threw those teams in there because the Mariners have shown over these past couple of starts, Kirby when he's locked in, Wu when he's locked in, pair that with a consistent Logan Gilbert. And if the offense shows consistency, look, it's not going to play well with people who are looking at this Mariners team and saying they have underachieved vastly to this point. Yeah, but they have a better core than a lot of other teams in the American League.
Yes, and they're battle-tested from the last couple of years. They've had some really difficult losses and, maybe not exactly how you want to end the season. And I think that gives you a really good sense of where you want to go, and it's extremely motivating. And you know that the Mariners are going to do everything in their power to get back there. So it's going to be a fun second half, I'll tell you that much.
It will certainly be a fun second half. I think the urgency is probably now kicked into gear. We saw some signs of that. This series against the Angels so far, we have seen some traits that weren't there in the past, and I think that's a great sign moving forward, because the one thing that had been lacking was consistency, even a small sample size of game-to-game consistency within a series. Mm-hmm. You had won the first game of the Pirates series. You won the first game of the Guardian series. Drop both those series. You win the first game of the Angels series. Not only do you win game 2, you look even better in the process. All right, well, a good way to find that consistency is two guys changing what they haven't been able to do this past month of June. We'll get into that coming up next. Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
How do we assess this Mariner team? What do we do?
The main guys that you need to carry the water here, Cal, bad first half, okay? Julio has struggled of late. Donovan has been a non-factor. Naylor hasn't had a good year. I mean, that's the explanation. If this team's going to get back to where they were last year. And they can still do it. The fixes are there.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
I love days like these at the pool, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. I'm ready to make a splash with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza. Skyrizi is a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. At 4 months, most people saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe, and many were even 100% plaque-free. People also saw significant improvement in psoriasis symptoms of pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Now there's nothing on my skin thanks to Skyrizi, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS4KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to cars4kids.org now or call 877-CARS4KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Do you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
Join the Dugout every Tuesday from 1 to 2 on the Bump and Stacy Show, powered by Top Fitness. Top Fitness is your #1 place for home fitness and exercise equipment, with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue. Visit topfitness.com.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Puget Sound remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code FOCUS to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code FOCUS to borrow up to $10,000. Use code FOCUS to borrow up to $10,000.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get it freaking out! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Oh, good morning. Mike Lefko and Charlie Furbush here with you. One final day. Power-packed final 3 hours coming up, Charlie. We have G. Scott joining us at 8:30. We have Answer the Question Jerk at 9:45. Basically, they just ask us questions, but then they get to say jerk at the end. So we'll take all your questions. 866-979-3776. Got a lot of baseball to get into. We're going to have a pretty good discussion coming up at 7:30. But, Charlie, as we look at this Mariners team that now they're past June. They begin baseball here in July, tied for the AL West lead. The Rangers lost yesterday. But they're tied, and they're maybe a little below the record a lot of people thought they would be at this point. And I think, unfortunately, you have to pinpoint what happened in June, where the offense went through some dips and the noticeable power outage from both Julio and Cal Raleigh. Way down on the slug, decent averages, and they're getting on base at a good clip. But those two guys, it feels like, in your lineup, you need those two to be producing power-wise. And I don't know if there's an easy fix that jumps out to you or just, hey, with the benefit of more games, they'll find a rhythm. But when you look at these two, what do you think will happen with them moving forward the couple of weeks until the All-Star break and then over this second chunk of the season?
Yeah, obviously it's been a little bit of a down month of June, but July is here and we're on to bigger and better things. And I think, as we cross that 81 game threshold, and then you now sit here and you're at 500 again, and you're tied for first. I think as an offense, they all know that there is more performance to be had. And when you look at what happened between Julio and Cal, it just felt like they couldn't seemingly, and even with Julio, obviously coming off an incredible May, and you thought there would be echoes of that, and it just felt like it just didn't work out, and ran into whatever pitching matchups that you ran into didn't allow you to do that. But it's time to flush this month and say let's move forward and know that there's still a ton of baseball left. But what I'm looking forward to is more. And we talk about slugging all the time, and I think it maybe gets lost in translation a little bit. And it's like, it's not just about, hitting the ball over the fence. And I think that maybe is like one way to just say it. Oh, we need more slug, but it's really like the doubles, like getting more doubles, getting to second base and causing, that effect is obviously another way to slug. But if you're driving the ball more into the gaps and hitting the ball hard, you'll be able to pick up extra bases. I mean, obviously triples are just hard to come by, right? But you've seen a lot of singles out of these guys, and I think just to see a little bit more, hard hit balls into the gaps and taking two would be a really nice sight to see. Obviously, if you run into more balls and hit them over the fence, I'm obviously not going to complain. But I think seeing more doubles would give me more confidence that their at-bats are in and their swings are in the place they want them to be.
With Julio and Cal, you can't really lump these two together in terms of what the issue was in June because they came at it through two very different paths. And so I think I have a little more confidence in Julio figuring it out because we saw his May, 10 home runs in May. He had a terrific month. He had arguably a player of the month caliber May. So we saw that already from Julio. We know his track record of the second half of the season. Cal has just been in kind of unfamiliar territory of the slow start right off the WBC to start the season, then the injury going on the IL for the first time, and now this kind of slow climb back out of it. I showed you his June slugging, and you made the good point. Well, look, that's only, 14 games. So I guess it's a small sample size, but it is kind of something that, it's been a puzzle that you want to sort through, and you don't really know how this is going to resolve itself.
Right. And what I think exactly what we said yesterday, and I think we talked about Matt Brash, and I know maybe this doesn't sound like, I'll bring it back, don't worry, about Matt Brash coming back off the IL, and we would expect as we see these guys that get hurt, they just vault right back to the player they were, right? And I think that isn't always the case, and being able to understand that it doesn't happen instantaneously, and you look at 14 games worth of at-bats as Cal the switch hitter, as he gets into the swing of things, I don't know if it's fair after that little amount of games to expect him to be like, yeah, you should be hitting homers every night. Like, that's what you should be doing. And I think that obviously there have been some at-bats that, don't look necessarily strong, or he's been fooled because these pitchers these days are really, really good. I think having a little more grace with Cal as he continues to get healthy and have consistent at-bats is only going to allow him to be that slugging power guy you want him to be. Because as we talked about it, I would love to see Cal be a 300 hitter, but I think he's more of, I'm going to get my homers, I'm going to get my doubles type hitter, and maybe not be that high average guy. But for him to continue to be the force in the lineup and provide that power is going to be paramount. So I think over the next couple of weeks will be a perfect place to get him in his swing in the place that he wants to be, because as you make adjustments and as you take batting practice and as you become fluid with your swing and your timing, you're able to take that and then match it up with identifying pitches in at-bats. And as you meld those things together, it ends up turning into this place where then you can confidently be a hitter, at-bat to at-bat, no matter who you're facing. And knowing that this is going to be an important stretch in the second half to do some damage, I fully see this happening. It's just a matter of giving Cal some more time in games. And then with Julio, I'm not necessarily ever really worried about Julio. He continues to be this absolute stud of an athlete. And yeah, he has, some ups and downs, but it just feels like, another May is around the corner where he's going to go off. He's going to have a huge, huge month. And, I think these two guys are just the perfect two guys to kind of continue to be that force face of the offense that brings them where they want to go.
Well, in talking this week to Jeff Passan and Bob Nightengale, certainly the World Series expectations to the Mariners are still there because of the American League, but they can't get there without Julio and without Cal. Those are just two critical bats right in the middle of the order. There's no way around it. You need those two, not necessarily throughout the season, but in crunch time and when it matters most, which would certainly be in the playoffs. And with the Cal question, it was something that Bump and Stacy brought up to Jordan Schusterman of Yahoo Sports. Great baseball conversation every week when he joins them. Kind of what you do with Cal right now.
With Cal, the question is, how patient can you be? I mean, he's going to be in the lineup. The fact they moved him down in the lineup does speak to at least an acknowledgement that he is not fully right yet. And I think that's not necessarily a bad thing in terms of just continuing to hit him second and third and hoping he gets out of it. Right now, if they don't think he's their best chance at the top of the lineup, I think that's okay.
Charlie, you had an interesting theory. There are no bad ideas here. I mean, we're trying to figure it out.
This might be bad. Who knows?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I've been known to have a bad idea or two.
It's an out there theory, and I like it.
Yeah.
It's unconventional. So that's what we might need right here, because the Cal question needs to be figured out. He is your most important power bat that isn't producing right now. Do you want to throw your idea out there, or do you want to save it?
I mean, I'll happily throw it out if that's fair.
Throw it out there. Yeah.
Yeah. So, in the spirit of how other lineups are built, and knowing that Cal, I think, does better with more at-bats, is there an avenue to formulate the lineup where he would be the leadoff hitter? Now, I know this is where the bad idea comes in. There's maybe a lack of speed on the bases, maybe a lack of on-base percentage, but my thought is to get maybe him right, could you give him the first at-bat of the game, and would that give him more potential fastballs to hit? And is the starter going to come out spinning and throwing splitters right out the gate to try and beat him? I don't know. But maybe giving him more at-bats, one more a game, gives him the confidence, the familiarity to be the hitter we know he can be. Now, obviously, how that rest of the lineup shakes up, I think we talked about. Maybe you go Julio in the 2-hole, Naylor in the 3-hole, Randy in the 4-hole. Oh, so no, I did it back. No, I put Canzone in the 3-hole.
Okay.
That's what it was.
He's been hitting well.
Yeah, then Randy, then Naylor, then Cole Young, then Colt Emerson, then JP.
All right.
Did I miss someone? I might have missed someone, but it was just outside the box thinking, right? And I think that's you've seen the lineup change this year, right? You've seen, obviously Canzone move up. You've seen Cole Young move up. You've seen JP at the leadoff spot. You've seen him in the 9-hole. So I think as the Mariners continue to evaluate things, I'm not saying that I know something or think this would be the great approach, but I think when we talk about Cal and Julio, as Schusterman said, it's like this is going to be the reason why the Mariners go where they are, because these guys are the core of your lineup. These are the guys that you are paying money to be here for the long run. So there is an expectation on them. They know that. But maybe this is a way to look at it from a different lens and say, would giving him that leadoff at bat like Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers, right? They are clearly saying you're the best hitter, you're an imposing force, and everyone that's going to face the Dodgers are going to have to face him first at bat of the game. So I can imagine that it immediately puts a different approach. Nothing against JP or anyone that would lead in leadoff that would be a traditional leadoff hitter, but I know I've never had to face an Aaron Judge leadoff or like these big opposing hitters. They're usually in that 3 or 4 hole. So could this be a different way of looking at it? I don't know. There's my little rant.
Okay. Well, there is a unique aspect to the pitcher the Mariners are going to face tonight, so we'll get you everything you need to know about that and much more. Mike Lefko and Charlie Furbush here with you. It's Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Over the next week or two. One of the things that I'm going to be watching for is going to be slugging, but in particular, where that slug is coming from.
What am I looking for? Just winning. To me, that means that Cal has to contribute. I don't think you win 3 series in a row and Cal doesn't contribute. I don't think you win 3 series in a row and Julio doesn't look good.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Hello. Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You push yourself in everything you do, scanning headlines for insights, keeping an eye on the market. Robinhood puts you in control of your money, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
These days, everyday savings add up. Get more for your restaurant, food truck, or big event at Chef Store with warehouse savings on the food and supplies you use most. No membership required. Plus, we're open to the public. Visit Chef Store today.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents wisdom from the road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep your riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 206-529-1111 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
This summer, go electric and save big at Toyota of Kirkland. The all-new Toyota CHR delivers 338 horsepower, standard all-wheel drive, and up to 287 miles of range. Check out the Toyota BZ, the EV SUV built for the Northwest. Their expert team is ready to walk you through every feature. Take a test drive today and take that car home the same day. Visit their incredible showroom today at Toyota of Kirkland. Summer savings are happening now. ToyotaofKirkland.com.
O'Brien.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging.
Let me check that for you.
To help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. Plus, get a free base with select mattress purchases. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, it's the conclusion of this series against the Angels. Mariners were off yesterday because the World Cup match here in Seattle. Belgium won in thrilling fashion. Haven't even talked about that yet. Yeah, soccer can be fun. You're right. We'll talk about that coming up here. But Bryce Miller gets the ball tonight, 6:40 first pitch, 5:30 pregame show. Charlie, the Angels are going with a rookie, right-hander Walbert Urania. They'd used him as a reliever in his first few appearances. He's been pretty solid now as a starter. How about this line? Took a perfect game into the 5th inning last start before he walked the first 2 batters, then allowed 6 straight singles, and it kind of blew up on him. Charlie, I think the big key will be if these left-handed bats are back for the Mariners. Luke Raley and Dom Canzone, they got Tuesday off. It would be huge to get these two back against a right-hander especially.
Yeah, for sure. Even more so right now, I think, with Canzone for how great he's been playing. Nothing against Raley for sure, but seeing Canzone move all the way up to the 3-hole, and do some damage there. This is a guy that's taking advantage of his opportunity and running with it.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, the stage is set. Monday night here in Seattle, 5 o'clock, USA, Belgium, round of 16 in the World Cup. All of that is exciting, especially seeing what the fans did here, how they came to Seattle and made this an incredible scene on June 19th when the U.S. played Australia. It's going to be interesting because, well, the U.S. will be without their best goal scorer this tournament, who was ejected, Fo Balogun, with a red card. Kicked out. Gone for the next match. He's gone for the next match. We've had a lot of soccer hate, and that can continue if we want the rest of the show. I can keep bringing it up, but this is pretty punitive. This is tough now. You have an entire match without the guy who has been your best goal scorer this tournament.
Yeah, I guess it feels like is the punishment, too severe, right? Doesn't it seem like, so you made one competitive play that inadvertently landed on somebody's ankle, and now we're not just going to kick you out of this game. You're going to kick you out of the next one, too.
The closest I can think of, and even this isn't as extreme, targeting in college football, where if you get kicked out, if it's the first half, you just miss the rest of that game. If it's the second half, you miss the first half of the next game. So that can get pretty costly if it's like the semifinals, and I think Miami had a player this past year who had to miss the first half of the national title game. But at least that's just a half.
Right.
That would be much better than now having him miss this entire game on Monday.
Yeah, that's
Let's
actually a really good point.
Let's change that.
Yeah.
There's a lot we need to change with soccer, but that is one of them. So USA, Belgium won in thrilling fashion. Did you see any of that match? I caught the end. They were
the best
down.
part.
Yeah, you're right. Caught the end, although after they had scored 2 goals. So I was looking, all right, Senegal's up 2-0. Walk to the gym. Time I get there, it's 2-2. And then everyone crowded around this TV in the gym lobby. There's like 20 people watching the end. Belgium got awarded a penalty kick. Which, all right. We don't want to argue about that call, but
you hate penalty kicks.
Yeah, it's just
you hate shootouts.
It's so costly. No, it wasn't a shootout. It was a penalty kick late in the game.
Okay, no. But I'm just saying how much you hate soccer.
If we had time, we don't have a long segment to do this, but if we had time, I could go 25 minutes on ways to fix the sport.
It's then you and Salk should do that.
I don't think anyone's asking for that.
No, okay. Good point. All right.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
You know what? That's a great point. So we move on to the trade news of the day yesterday. The NBA offseason, I think this has kind of gotten thrown around as a joke, that the offseason is more entertaining than the actual season. Right? Hard to argue at this point. The Giannis trade happened earlier. You have Jaylen Brown getting traded from the Celtics to the Sixers for Paul George, 2 first-round picks, and 2 second-round picks. Now, you and Maura were talking. Are you kind of a Celtics fan?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yes.
So how do you feel about this?
I think it is a weird move on paper, but I think when, as I was saying on the break, with Brown at least, when Tatum got hurt and he had to be the guy, I wonder if there was some sort of change in character inside that locker room, and maybe it just didn't work out from a culture standpoint, and they had to move on. Sometimes these things happen.
Because I don't know. You guys know the intricacies of the NBA more than I do. It's the same thing. Someone was asking me, well, if you don't like soccer, you must hate the NBA. Like, well, the NBA flops. I'm like, yeah, the NBA is a tough watch also to get to the playoffs.
I asked you, hey, where did Paul George go to college? And you unequivocally quickly said, Fresno State, duh.
I was like, college basketball.
I love college basketball,
okay.
And Pacers fan when I still kind of had to follow the NBA. Played for the Pacers to start his career, and he was still good. Before he became Playoff P. Remember that? Mm-hmm. That ill-fated
Well,
moniker?
I remember when he shattered his shin.
Yeah.
Remember that? It was
Ooh,
like I thought he was going to be done forever.
That was kind of
That was
terrifying.
crazy.
That was gruesome. That was gruesome.
That was gruesome.
Yes, but Maura is correct. Massive college basketball fan here. So I think that's the college basketball knowledge, then getting into the NBA, and then the indifference when it comes to the NBA right now. Until the playoffs. Yeah. Playoffs of anything are
Maybe we just
entertaining.
need like another Malice at the Palace, right?
Yeah. Or the Sonics to come back. If we had a team that we cared about day in and day out, I absolutely would care because you'd care about your team, so you'd follow the rest of the league. But when you don't have a team to care about, you don't need to care about the NBA. So
who's your favorite Sonic of all time?
Who's my favorite Sonic of all time? Well, I was a point guard growing up, so I loved Gary Payton, 90s kid and all that.
Cool.
Wanted to be a point guard.
Sounds
Pass
good.
first point guard because I was so short I couldn't score. You got to get rid of the ball when you get to the rim.
That's true.
So, yeah, that is everything you need to know. All right, Charlie, we have had a really good conversation, kind of off air, me just trying to get your input on a perspective of a player and now someone who's still very closely involved to the issue that is looming over baseball and has the potential to ruin all the goodwill that has been built up in the sport. We're going to dive in to all the intricacies of what's going on in baseball right now. That's coming up next. Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Are the Seahawks the most disrespected Super Bowl team ever? What would you say?
Most def. I think it's because of the style. If you look back at, let's say, like the last 5 Super Bowl champions minus the Seahawks. Philly, Saquon Barkley, 2,000 yards. Offense is great. Defense is on point. Kansas City, the next 2 years, you got Pat Mahomes.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Olympic Hot Tub's All-American Soak, Swim, and Sauna event is here. Now's the time to save thousands on a saltwater hot tub, swim spa, or sauna. With up to 3 years to pay for it, interest-free. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Did you know in Washington State, you can see a physical therapist without a referral from your doctor? That's right. Thanks to Direct Access, you can skip the wait and get the care you need right away. Shannon O'Kelly, how has Direct Access changed the game?
Direct Access for us, Brock, is a game changer. Why? Is because there is so much research and data out there that says if you get in early when you have a musculoskeletal problem or an injury, the earlier you get in and we can start care, the better outcomes and the decreased downstream cost, okay? So it's so important. Our providers are all doctors of physical therapy. They're all trained to identify situations and problems. They've got the skill, they've got the talent, they've got the knowledge. If you get in and start therapy early, we're going to get you back to activity, pain-free, and moving and having fun.
Fast, easy, effective. Direct Access is your path to better movement, starting with a single step. Visit irgpt.com to schedule your appointment today. irgpt.com.
Are you looking for the best deal on a new home? Discover the D.R. Horton Home of the Week. With new home communities from Lacey to Stanwood, ranging from the low 500s to the high 1 millions, D.R. Horton has the right home at the best value for you. Your new home is within reach, so what are you waiting for? Learn more about the D.R. Horton Home of the Week. Visit drhorton.com and schedule a tour today. D.R. Horton, America's builder. An equal housing opportunity builder.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Ooh, that face. Quantum fiber internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Gauge Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of her video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum fiber internet blowing the socks people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
Compassion. Communication. Results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Chuck here at Frank Lumber, the door store. Our customers have a lot of fun with trying to figure out new and creative ways to use closeout bifold blanks to fill their needs. They can also be used as small double door units, access doors that are pre-hung, and even bypass doors. And with thousands of closeout bifold blanks in stock in Marysville and at our bargain barn, you can put your creative DIY mind to work. Come visit our showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline or on Cedar Avenue in Marysville. Also, be sure to check us out online at franklumber.com.
Protecting workers' rights is the goal! Thousands of workers will help power the excitement of Seattle's Summer of Soccer from June 11th through July 19th. If you're working in hotels, stadiums, restaurants, security, temp jobs, or app-based delivery, you have rights. From wage theft to minimum pay, the Seattle Office of Labor Standards wants you to know that you are protected. Call 206-256-5297 or visit seattle.gov/labor standards.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Brock and Salk.
weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Here's the thing coming up at 8 o'clock. Some decent messages left, right, Maureen? Not their best, but neither Brock nor Salk were here, so I get it. They provide you ample opportunities.
We haven't heard from Zane in a minute. He does some fun stuff, and so we got one from him. I think Brock will be disappointed because Zane is a listener that Brock actually met in Montana, randomly trying to dump some so when his daughter was getting married there, Brock was trying to dump some trash in the dumpster there, and Zane comes out and says, sir, that's illegal. You're not allowed to do that. Turns out he works at the Costco in Montana, ran into Brock, asked if he could come to the wedding reception.
Oh, that's right. I heard about this. Yeah.
Brock said yes, and Zane attended Brock's daughter's wedding reception.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Oh, that is a loyal listener.
So, he left us a message for his thing
Shout out
today.
Zane. Okay, we got that. We have Answer the Question Jerk at 9:45. You can get those in anytime. 866-979-3776. I like this text. 425 says, Mike was such a big Pacers fan, he spent much of his adolescence trying to grow in Rick Smith's mustache. I don't know if I could grow a mustache. I don't want to try either. That's a good one.
Why
All
not?
right.
Give it a whirl, man. See what you're capable of.
Okay. Maybe one day. If I lose a bet, perhaps. We still have some bets looming out there.
Do it for November.
Do it for November? I'll say that now because November seems like a long time off. So
cool.
You got a nice one there.
Oh,
compliments the beard well.
Well, I didn't know I could grow a beard, and once I knew I could,
just kept it going.
Now so the other thing, as I was coming up in the Detroit system, it was clean cut. You can't,
you went Yankee style.
Well, you could. And weirdly enough, the only thing you could rock is a mustache. They're like, no facial hair, but a Tom Selleck mustache. That's
I
cool,
don't
man.
get that. That was the Yankees thing too.
I know. It's
so
like an old school
why
thing.
is the mustache okay, but not the beard?
Well, obviously the Yankees have softened the stance, so as of late, which is great. But it was definitely one of those things where, very kind of military-like.
All right, Charlie, you and I have had some great discussions on this. We're going to get to Blue 88 at 7:45 with Michael Bumpus. Before we get there, a salary cap. That has been the sticking point with this looming lockout. The CBA expires at the end of this upcoming baseball season. And both sides are entrenched. They are set in. The owners want a salary cap. They have laid out their proposal. The players have come back with counter proposals, and they have stayed solid on that stance of no salary cap, hard stop. So we were kind of diving into it, and I was looking at it from the perspective of, look, every other sports league, all three major sports leagues outside of baseball, they have salary caps. And they have found labor peace, and they've had a lot of success. The NFL has had tremendous growth. The NBA has had a ton of growth. And you have had some good points about why the players are so anti-salary cap. So I want to just kind of get it out there and dive into this discussion about what the challenges are going to be and what could happen to maybe get an agreement, because ultimately everyone wants an agreement, right? As fans of the game, you guys as players and former players, owners, they don't want to miss a significant chunk of games because they need their product out there. So how do you get two sides to come together from the player's perspective, outline kind of what the issues are and where you think the players could kind of move to help out, or what they're looking for from the owners?
Yeah, this is
I threw a lot out you there. Sorry.
No, I know. And
start where you want to start.
Where to begin? Yes, I think, as you mentioned, the other leagues do have salary caps, and I know without a doubt all of the other unions look at the MLBPA and say, you guys got it right. Without a doubt. We have guaranteed contracts, right? That is just incredible, right? That is awesome to have. And the fact that that is one sticking point that we will never give up. This isn't, this isn't just about today's players, man. This is about the next 30, 40 years, right? It's changing the tone and changing everything right now to bring in a salary cap changes the entire economics forever. You know what I mean? And it doesn't make any sense that, essentially the owners will always have all of the leverage, and they're like, nah, we need more. We need more leverage. You know what I mean? Because, you get drafted by the team. You don't get to pick, who you go play for. They draft you. Then you have 6 years of team control, right? And you're just sitting there waiting to get to free agency. And then finally, as a player that gets the free agency, they're like, well, guess what? You're too old. We're not going to pay you anymore. So it's created this system. And now that you're seeing the game invests younger and younger. And I think there are certain things that could be handled better. And when you bring up the salary cap, it's just if you think the salary cap is going to create more competition, it isn't. Look at the Rays and the Brewers this year. The Brewers are in first place, right? As are the Rays. And these are the two small market teams in the league. And that's the point of being if we bring the salary cap, then it'll make it more competitive. I mean, it already is very, very competitive, as you see today. And it's just why isn't there a situation where, when it comes to, let's say, revenue sharing, why aren't we forcing small market teams to reinvest into their club, right? So,
well, that's what the floor would do, right?
Well, then the floor is another issue, right? Bringing up the issue of forcing teams to try and compete every year, right? Because it seems like across the league there are teams that look at their organization as a business, and it is, right? There's not denying that it's not a business, but in the sports and entertainment industry, you'd think you'd want to be competitive and try and win. And I think as players, there are teams that don't necessarily operate that way.
So, but a floor would help that. So the players are not the anti-floor part, right? They're the anti-cap part.
Right.
And the cap is going to impact the top, 1 to 2% of players? That's it. The salary cap is going to impact these massive contracts. Now, I know as a whole, players don't want to restrict their earnings, but why would something like the NBA has not work, where you have these salaries that you get a great chunk?
They're not guaranteed.
Most of them a portion of them are held in escrow, but they're guaranteed more than NFL is. You get a ton of money there. But in the NBA, the level of spending, that floor is higher. Here, the minimum salary for MLB players, they want to propose $1 million, and maybe you guys go higher on that from the player's perspective. But in the NBA, those highest earners, they're kind of exempt from the salary cap. They can offer a little bit more. There's that super max contract. Is that something that could be a consideration of look, if you're going to have a cap, these top players, where really it is just one guy on every team we're talking about, like a Juan Soto or a Bryce Harper when he signed his deal, or Manny Machado, all these guys that are signing their deals, or Shohei Ohtani, if they're eligible for that super max, which is depending on years of service, 20% of the salary cap, 25%, which could constantly go up. It feels like that's a good compromise to kind of restrict that out-of-control spending. So is that something that's still off the table? Because it would allow your top earners to get a bigger chunk than the rest of every other player's getting.
Yeah, but you're essentially saying you want to cap the 1 and 2 percenters, right? You want to
more
say,
though than everyone else. You're still getting a lot more money than everyone else is getting paid. So they're getting rewarded for their superstardom.
But all because the owners want to cap how much you can make.
Yes,
that's the issue. Is that they think that, you know, if we can suppress player salaries, this is going to be more financially beneficial to us, because at the end of the day, man, why then we should restrict how much revenue they can make. We should restrict how much their franchise valuations have gone up.
Well, franchise valuations in baseball haven't gone up as much in the NBA and the NFL because
they have gone up. They have gone up substantially.
They have.
So right, that's the point. Is that by owning the team, your franchise value will go up, right? And they're saying, well, we want to continue to have this valuation go up while suppressing player salary. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but where could the players compromise? Would you want more of a revenue split? If a salary cap,
not to mention, dude, they're like, hey,
you want more
we
of the revenue
want to
split
get rid of the high school draft. Like, what are we talking here? So you don't want Colt Emerson? You don't want Connor Griffin? You don't want Bryce Harper?
Yeah,
like,
that's
another
separate
thing.
point outside of the salary
I know,
cap.
but like that's what the point is that the MLB tries to bring these points in, and you know, they're trying to represent all 30 owners, right? And every owner operates and feels a little different on certain things, but it's just like, to me, it doesn't make any sense that they want to put this all on players and make it seem like, oh no, it's the Dodgers' fault. It's the Dodgers' fault for spending too much money and not allowing the Brewers and the Rays to compete. Look what's going on right now. And I think that's the problem, is that people have this perception that the Dodgers are ruining the game, and they're just playing under the, you know, current system they're allowed to play under. You know what I mean? It's like they're not doing anything. They're trying to create deferred money, and I think deferred money is another great way of player flexibility contracts, having to build contracts that way where you don't have to get all the money now. You can get it over the course of time. I mean, even recently, have you seen the Bobby Bonilla Day that happens every year? That would go away forever. In most recent proposals.
Players are still getting their money then. They're just getting it at the current time. So in that vein of the players just a hard no, not willing to negotiate on a salary cap, what could the owners give? When we're looking for a compromise is going to have to happen, and that's the issue. And I think we're hearing how far apart these two sides are, and why as fans and people who are invested in working the sport, we're all concerned. Because it's going to take a long time. We're going to miss games. All of our livelihoods are going to be impacted. So where could the owners maybe concede on other areas to then get the players to kind of say, okay, we will conform to the salary cap? Would it be more of a revenue split? Would it be a shorter time to free agency? We know they've proposed 5 years instead of 6. Are there things now the players are going to and saying, okay, if you are dug in on a salary cap, give us this? What are some things that the players want from the owners?
Free agency faster, more money in players' pockets.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's the most recent one, and you know, adding more flexibility to the roster position. I think, you know, as we've seen the most recent one come out, increasing the roster size to 26 to 28 at the beginning of the season, which would ultimately add a handful of more, you know, big league jobs and allow flexibility when having players, and then, you know, in addition to. The other one is adding the 60-day DL has to happen in spring training. So when in the offseason, they're held on the 40-man spot. So, but if you put on the 60-day DL, then that opens up a spot on the 40-man. So therefore, you would have more flexibility as a team to acquire a guy while still holding on to a player that's maybe hurt. Mm-hmm. So right now, it doesn't happen until spring. They want to move that up till like it's the end of November 1st or something. So then you have the full offseason and essentially have another roster spot to go after and get. So I think we're looking at ways to try and increase, you know, the value of the player, get player money in players' pockets sooner, you know, and also trying to figure out ways to, you know, force teams to compete more often, right? Like that's a big thing, is like you want teams to go out there and invest money into the product on the field, right? And I think that's what's sometime, or maybe in the player side, is like there has been why to your point, off-season NBA is so awesome to watch. Look at all this free agency and move and whatnot. It almost feels the opposite in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's so slow and there's so much delay. Oh, it's spring training. There's 7 guys that were stud athletes that aren't signed yet. So I think that trying to figure out a way to, get player money or get money in players' pockets more often, frequently, because at the end of the day, your career is short as an athlete. You only have a certain amount of, time to make money, and as an owner, right, you can sit on that organization forever and continue to make money. So, and I know it's this ever battle between billionaires and millionaires, but I think at the end of the day, continuing to have this conversation is a good thing, and knowing that the salary cap is an issue on both ends. Like, there will be all these other things that you talk about. How can we meet in the middle? How can we maybe come up with variations of, okay, you want to shrink the draft? Well, maybe we don't shrink it as much as you want. Is there a concession there, right? So there's so many things to continue to talk about.
Well, I want to get back to it a little bit more at 9:30 because I'm curious. We got to get to Blue 88. It's like, I'm curious to hear if the owners ultimately back down and they don't enforce a salary cap, it'll be because the players give them what? So that's what I want to get into at 9:30, because we've talked about it from both sides. I think we've kind of laid out there the challenges ahead, because ultimately we just want baseball. We don't want it affected. So it's great to hear your perspective. I do want to get back to it at 9:30. We will put that on pause right now because, yes, both sides are culpable to some extent. So we will get back to that at 9:30. But as we transition to football, let's get to some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, brought to you by Culligan Seattle.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Oh, Mike Lefko and Michael Bumpus here with you. Bump, hopefully you didn't hear what I was saying about soccer, so thanks for still coming on with us this morning. I know you're a big soccer guy. I know you have plenty to say about it, so we'll let you and Stacy talk about it at 10 o'clock or throughout your show. But how's it going this morning, man?
You guys hate on soccer, man? Come on.
I am. It's mainly just me.
Sport.
Well, the red card. I hated the red card.
Yeah, the red card was bogus.
It's punitive. Why do you have to miss another game, too?
I know, right? Let's change the world and change that rule, Lefko.
All right. Well, we're not going to fix that, but I am interested to hear your thoughts, Bump, when you break it down on your show a little bit later. I want to get your take on this. So Trey McBride was on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast, and it's kind of a measure of respect here, but he was talking about why he dislikes the Seahawks.
Who in the NFC West do you dislike the most, and why is it the 49ers?
It's actually, to be honest, I think it's a Seattle, man. That's a tough place to play. Their defense is a bunch of talkers. They have a really good team too. So I feel like every time we go to Seattle, it's such a hostile environment. Lumen Field's such a cool place to play, and they've gotten the best of us the last couple of times. So it'd be nice to get back on the winning side for sure.
Seattle, that defense locked you up pretty good?
I don't know about locked me up. I went for like 130, but we lost. Whatever happened. But.
Bump, what do you think about that? What Trey McBride had to say?
No, I actually love it. I was telling Stacey the other day that it feels like Lumen Field is Lumen Field once again. Back in the day, you used to show up, and there was a feeling when you entered the stadium. You felt like there was a clear home field advantage, and then that thing was lost for a couple of years. So I love that he's talking about how tough it is to play Lumen Field. And then I like how he's talking about, the defense. When I think of the best defenses I've ever seen before, right? We're talking Tampa Bay in the 2000s. We're talking Baltimore. Those defenses have personalities, and I feel like that comes with the personality of a defense. You got to be talking that talk. And the first person I thought about when he said that was Spoon. Spoon is the biggest talker out there. And I like it, man, because it feels like we're getting back to the old Seattle, but it's a new Seattle at the same time, right? When you think of the Legion of Boom, you think of the greatness of this defense flying around making plays. I love it. I hate that he was right. Lefko, I saw that he said he went for 130, and I called him a liar. He went for 127 against us. So just a little off. But, no, I love it, man. I think that has to be part of the identity of a defense and of Lumen, man. Things are getting back to what they used to be when it comes to just the fans not selling their tickets and showing up. I love it, man. Hate Seattle all you want to. That's the biggest sign of respect.
All right, number 2. Bump, ESPN gave the Seahawks a B- for their off-season grade, and part of the reason was signing Derek Hall to a contract extension and not keeping Boye Mafe instead. Did they make the right decision keeping Hall over Mafe?
I think they did. I think when you win championships, your players are going to get poached, right? You got Kobe Bryant to the Browns. You have Rick Woolen to Philly. You have Boye Mafe to the Bengals. And I think there's a number that the Hawks just didn't want to go past. And maybe it was $17 million a year. Obviously, Boye got $20 million a year. But overpaying for guys will restrict you from doing other things. So say they pay Boye Mafe $20 million a year. What about Rashid Shaheed? What about other guys that you want to sign? So, yeah, man, this is what happens. It'd be great to bring the whole team back and run it again and have a nice little reunion and kumbaya and all that good stuff. But that's not reality. When you win championships, guys get overpaid, and they're supposed to be overpaid. You know, I would love to keep Kobe Bryant, but they didn't feel comfortable with that number. I would love to keep Boye. They didn't feel comfortable with that number. So it wasn't keeping Boye over Derek Hall. It was keeping Derek Hall's contract over Boye's contract, because they're punching the numbers every single day over there trying to figure out how to make this team better. And I think they believe in their process and what they do. So allowing Boye to leave and do his thing, go to the Bengals, you wish him luck. It's all good. But it's not Boye versus Derek Hall. You got to look at the contracts and how that allows them to maneuver a bit. So good luck to Boye, man. I think it's going to be great over there with the Bengals. The Bengals have Dexter Lawrence as well. They're finally putting a defense together for Joe Burrow, one of the best quarterbacks in the game. Hopefully he's having fun playing football again this year. Remember last year he was pouting on the sidelines and whatnot. This business, man. This is how things go. So no, I'm okay. I'm okay with Boye, or them letting Boye go and do his thing. I think this D-line and these edge rushers will be just fine.
All right, number 3. Bump, which Seahawk should we be talking about more heading into the 2026 season, or who do you think could be a breakout candidate that maybe we haven't paid enough attention to?
Man, I said this yesterday on our show, Lefko. Riley Mills, I really think that he could be the guy to kind of make people not forget about Boye, but feel better about it. I know he plays a different position. He's more of an interior lineman. He can play the edge as well. We spoke to him maybe 3-4 weeks ago on our show, and he talked about how he can play the A, the B, the C, edge. He can, all across the board, he can play. And it's all about that defensive line, right? If you talk to any linebacker for the Seahawks, you talk to Ernest, you talk to Drake, you talk to the secondary, you talk to Jay Love, they're going to talk about how important that defensive line is. They're the ones who create all the chaos on the back end. They get pressure on the quarterback, they stop the run, and then allow these guys to kind of freelance and do their thing. So I'm looking at Riley Mills, man. I mean, he played 36 snaps last year, only 36, and he had a sack in the Super Bowl. And you look at the way he plays, the intensity he plays with it, and then just how he's received by his teammates as well. He's destined to have a good year, man. I think that he's going to be a breakout player, and if he is, people ain't going to be talking about Boye Mafe. They're going to be talking about how great Riley Mills is and how great this defense is. And, you know, you got some other pieces that we got to wait and see that pans out, too. You got Bud Clark in the secondary. You got Julian Neal, who we're going to wait to see as well. I want to see if Ty Okada can hold off Bud Clark, or how long he can hold off Bud Clark, because we know he's going to play. But I think Ty Okada is going to be great as well. But when it comes to a breakout player, someone that people should be paying attention to, it has to be Riley Mills.
All right, Bump, can you give us a quick scouting report? I was asking you for this. I know you can have the best insight. USA, Belgium, without the USA's best goal scorer in this match.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. That red card was bogus. I mean, the same foul happened to Pulisic the very first game when the U.S. played Paraguay, and it was just a yellow card, right? Or I don't even know if you got a card. But, no, it's red card has to be intense. It has to be malintent, and there was no malintent with that foul. He was trying to make a play on the ball, got the guy's calf. It was ridiculous. So do the U.S. still have a chance? Yes, they do. But without our top goal scorer, it's going to be tough, man. Belgium is they're a big team. They're very technical. I was kicking it with the Belgians watching the USA game. They feel confident. But you know what? Let's do something the U.S. has never done before. Get out of the round of 16 and make it to 8.
Wait, you were embedded with the Belgians? You've been hanging out with them? All right.
I was, we're downtown watching the game, and the Belgians hung around. And, they're confident. I'll tell you that. They are confident.
That's awesome. What a scene. I mean, they're just going to stay here, right? They were here yesterday. They're just going to stay all week? All right.
They're hanging out, man. They said, we're going nowhere. We're ready for this game. And as soon as we got that red card, our chances definitely went down.
Ooh. All right. Well, Bump, this is what we bring you on for. Some great multifaceted insight, terrific Seahawks insight, and then some World Cup perspective as well. Appreciate the time. We'll see you in here soon.
All right, guys. See you soon.
All right. Michael Bumpus of the Bump and Stacy Show. That's the bump part of the Bump and Stacy Show. If you didn't know, Charlie,
Oh, I do.
You do. Okay. That's him, Blue 88. They'll be on at 10. I saw, back to the whole story we talked about with nicknames, you know how we had someone chime in with Furco the other day? A couple people.
Oh, yeah.
There's another play on that.
Okay.
206 today says Chefco.
Ooh.
Oh, all right.
I like it.
I feel like
I
it
hadn't
sounds
thought
like
about that.
a company that makes like culinary
Right.
chef equipment.
We serve it up. Man.
Sounds like
We
a culinary
serve up the
sponsor
inside,
coming in
the
when
takes.
we exactly.
We are cooking. Literally. I like Chefco. Let's do that. All right, thank you,
That's
206.
pretty solid.
What a great nickname. All right, under the wire too, because we're running out of time here on Furco or Chefco. It's our final day hosting, but wow, that is a good one. We might have to go with that.
I think that's
forward.
a great one.
That is a great one. Okay, that was Blue 88 and a great nickname there to end it. Coming up next, here's the thing, the fun part of the week where you guys make your Salk impressions and make fun of all of us and all of that. That's coming up next here. Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, home of Brock and Salk, morning 6 to 10.
Can we please stop crowning the Rams already? The season hasn't even begun yet. I think it ignores a whole bunch of stuff. We've seen teams try to put together these super teams before. I can't come up with the last time it actually worked. And oh, by the way, I've talked about this a bunch. They didn't add Myles Garrett. They upgraded to Myles Garrett. They lost a guy in Jared Verse who was also a very good player.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. We know this, Shannon. When the weather warms, our baseball team's bats usually get a little hotter. We also know that maybe we've been sitting around and we try to crank things to 100 and our bodies don't quite react. As the weather gets warmer, do you see more folks at IRG?
Absolutely, Brock. You just mentioned it. As the weather warms up, people think they need to get outside, which is great. But sometimes they get outside, they start too fast, too quick, and they don't warm up. They don't stretch. They don't do preparation. If you find yourself in that situation where maybe you overdid it, you're hurt, you got a bruise, a bump, an ache, get a hold of us at IRG PT. We'll do a free injury screening, and we'll give you some guidance, some recommendations to keep you on your path of healthy function, pain-free activity.
How cool is that? A free screening for you and no referral needed. Just personalized care when and where you need it. Visit IRGPT.com and schedule your appointment today. Over 40 convenient locations. IRG's in your neighborhood. IRGPT.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents Wisdom from the Road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category. Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Puget Sound, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Hey, Chuck here at Frank Lumber the Door Store. You know our customers have a lot of fun with trying to figure out new and creative ways to use closeout bifold blanks to fill their needs. They can also be used as small double door units, access doors that are pre-hung, and even bypass doors. And with thousands of closeout bifold blanks in stock in Marysville and at our bargain barn, you can put your creative DIY mind to work. Come visit our showroom and bargain barn in Shoreline or on Cedar Avenue in Marysville. Also, be sure to check us out online at franklumber.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Mariners get back to baseball tonight. Feels like a long time. I don't know why. It just feels like it's been a long time since they played. Not used to this mid-series, midweek off day. They get back to it tonight. We got a lot to talk about when it comes to the Mariners. Still plenty ahead to get to before we sign off at 10 o'clock. Answer the Question Jerk coming up at 9:45. Get those questions in, 866-979-3776. But now, time for another fun thing they do here on Thursday mornings. It's Here's the Thing.
Brock Heward doesn't just hate one kid.
I am so disappointed in Michael Salk.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're mindless. Love you, bye.
It's time for Brock and Salk's Here's the Thing.
Okay, here's the thing.
All right, we didn't get a lot directly for you guys. I think people were a little shy to make fun of you. You know,
people shy to make fun of me? Yeah. That can't be true.
We did. So I got a couple of because now there is for some reason, a text option on here. I did get a couple for you in text form, Lefko. I think people are just used to your show where they can text their mean.
Okay, we could save those for the end. Yeah, bonus text edition of Here's the Thing.
Okay, well, this first one is Andy, who believes he had a driving encounter with a show member.
So here's the thing. It's Andy down in Oregon, driving on 97 between Redmond and Bend. I'm a local, not one of you tourists. Anyways, a car speeds by me, just flies by me with Washington plates and a Pomona College license plate cover. Salk? Slow down, bro. Also, as I'm pondering this and the Mariners being their typical lifeless, listless selves, isn't the eastern side of Washington the same as the eastern side of Oregon or Central Oregon, Central Washington? Don't we have the same climate? What are you doing here?
Unfortunately, Salk went the other way, right? Isn't he in Canada?
As much as I would love to, humor this story, I don't think Salk did go to Pomona College. I don't think he has a Pomona College license plate frame.
I know.
I've never seen it.
I feel like that's not a Salk thing to just rock a license plate like that.
But would it be a Salk thing to say I'm going to Canada and actually go to Oregon?
Maybe.
You know?
If there's golf there. Yeah.
There's definitely golf down in Bend.
He was complaining heavily about the amount of rain they were going to get in Kelowna, so maybe he changed it up.
Yeah.
Well, maybe he went with his family and then ducked out to go play golf and then was speeding back to not get in trouble because they realized he was gone.
Like a true Pomona graduate.
Yeah, sure. I don't know what a Pomona graduate's like, but yeah. Okay, that's our theory. Sorry to disappoint Andy. I probably wasn't Salk, despite the license plate.
This one's from a kid named Alexander. He has a request that I don't know that you guys can help him with, but here we go.
Can I have my name called on the TV? Thank you. And my name is Alexander.
All right.
He wants his name on the call on TV.
Wait, like...
I'm assuming that's the Mariners call.
Oh, well, I can do him on the stream here. Give it a shout out.
Well,
we're kind of TV.
Well,
if YouTube counts.
Yeah,
YouTube stream. Well, Alexander, welcome to the show.
Perfect. I was going to say, you and I do the post-game show from time to time.
No, but he wants TV.
Well, I know, but we can give him at least a little taste of it. We'll mix in an Alexander, the next time we do it together.
I don't think he'd be impressed by radio. That's the problem.
Well, I'm trying to put a little effort into it, Let's go. I'm happy to throw it out there.
I think if we really want to help this kid out, we will run into the TV booth tonight, knock the headset off Goldie, and be like, Alexander, you made it. All right, see ya.
That's it?
Yeah, that's
okay.
it. Well, that's all he asked for, just the name mentioned.
Sounds like a great plan. Let's go.
Okay. Well, I'll try to put it into effect tonight.
Like when you watch games and you hear people in the background talking and yelling, maybe we could just yell it loud enough that it got on the TV broadcast?
I do know where the TV mics are placed near the field.
Okay.
So if we get close to that, we whisper.
Alexander!
Yeah. All right, we're going to help you out, kid. There you go.
Oh, that was very thoughtful,
yeah,
guys. Appreciate
thank you.
It. All right, this is Clayton. He took a conversation that you guys had on Mariners production into existential crisis territory.
So here's the thing. I just had a comment about the conversation about the Mariners and regarding their lack of production not meaning that they're not talented. And if we disagree with that premise, what's the value of talent? My assumption has always been that you assess somebody's talent because you think you will be able to predict their production. So if we're going to agree that lack of production doesn't mean you're not talented, I'd say that we're speaking out of both sides of our mouths, and which means that I don't care about talent, I care about production. Would we all agree that Jared Kelenic is talented? I guess so, but he didn't produce, so we moved on from him. Thank you very much.
What is talent?
That is an existential question.
Deep question.
I guess. I mean, talent is past production and also using that to imply and predict future production. So I got lost a little bit.
It's not a one fit answer.
Yeah.
Talent has multiple hats. I think when you look at the attributes of what talent would be, I think there are skills, there's speed, there's strength, there's coordination, athleticism. Are these all part of talent? And in which way do you rank which one of those that vault you up? I don't know,
You're right. That's good. I don't think there's an easy, this is what talent is answer.
Right.
There's a lot of factors.
Right. Because I think, there's a lot of factors into what talent is. But to his point, execution / production, is that part of talent too? Because you may not be the fastest, you may not be the strongest, but if you consistently execute, are you talented?
I get it. So with that though, with talent, with the built-in expectation of talent, you expect the production to be more consistent and the higher ceiling. So like a Leo Rivas, who was here and he was producing, you wouldn't expect with his background him to do as much as a Julio, just because of past track record and because of all those characteristics that you mentioned. Something like that. I don't even know if we really answered his question, but hey, there's our definition. Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I feel like
solving the world's problems.
It's tough to give a 2-minute answer on that. It was deep. All right, we have Alex next with a Salk impression.
Here's the thing, Alex down in Cottage Grove. I'm Mike Salk, and I want people to call in, but they don't want to debate with me, even if I already agree with their opinion, and we have bad callers. And I'm also Mike Salk, and you're wrong, and I'm not even going to debate or entertain your opinion because my opinion's right. And why would you think that in the first place?
Salk's very adversarial with our callers sometimes.
That was pretty spot on.
Well, remember we kind of promised impressions, and we kind of walked that back just because we tried, and I don't think we do it justice. Jason Benetti comes on this show. He has a wonderful Brock impression, and I could not come close to that. Salk, it's tough. I mean, I tried to do my best Salk rant this morning. I could go back to that if you want, but no one wants that. Yeah,
that was pretty good.
I would have to get more agitated, right? Just kind of pound the table and then be fed up, throw a headset, and then I would have a Salk.
Yeah, but he'll take calls and literally be like, "No, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard," and just hang up on them.
Oh, see, don't even take calls. That's my whole point. If you're gonna do that, then don't even do it. All right. Well,
okay. What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? I don't know.
All right, I've got the aforementioned Zane for you. He has an encouraging message for the Mariners.
Let's go.
Kind of.
Oh.
Here's the thing. I'm nursing a double Achilles injury after the Spokane Hoop Fest, and there's absolutely nothing to console me. Mariners, let's not go there. Hemorrhoids are more comfortable than watching the Mariners. Seahawks, not quite yet. Soccer, for crying out loud. That's like asking for a nice dessert and getting a sugar-free prune tart. Soccer has more flopping and offsides than old people performing calisthenics. You ever watch an old man perform jumping jacks? It's disgraceful. Anyhow, your show might be the soothing ointment for the hemorrhoidal sports landscape we now find ourselves in, but we need someone to step it up. It's got to be the Mariners. Mariners, I'm asking you to suck it up, step it up, and blow it up in a good way. Happy Independence Day to all.
Vivid imagery there.
10 out of 10.
That's what you asked for in radio.
Let's go, Zane. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Big Zane fan.
Hope your Achilles are okay. Double?
I want to just
Achilles?
I want to refer to soccer like that. So anytime we are going to talk soccer, we'll just summon Zane and he'll describe it in that way. Should we work in the bonus mean text here?
Oh, yeah, here's... So
or I don't know if they're supposed to be, but
we got text
they were there.
They're both from Tez.
Yeah.
He said, what the bleep is up with Lefko and his damn hands? The day I decided to watch on YouTube, we got Mr. Jazz hands all day. Ugh, stop.
I talk with my hands. I don't know what to tell you. Hey, if you're watching again, I have a gesture I can do with my hands. If you're paying attention. It involves one finger. No, I mean, I'm excitable.
Hilarious.
I like to speak with emotion, use my hands. Now, am I going over the top right here? Yes, but it's just I'm not going to actively think about not using my hands and then have less energy because of that.
Yeah.
So, hey, we're performing. We're getting excited. And if that really bothers you, I'm sorry, Tez. Go back to just listening, I guess.
Well, he also said, Lefko sucks. Is he related to the Lefko on TNT? I hope so. Oh, and more Furbush. And soccer is only exciting with PKs. Get off your high horse.
Those are 3 random thoughts there. I don't know if that was a question or a statement because I don't think anyone said soccer's only exciting with PKs.
He said more Furbush, so I like that.
Yeah.
He's okay with you.
Yeah, I don't know about the PKs there. Was that my point because I don't like PKs. That was the whole point. And
Yeah, no, I think he went back to you after
Yeah.
saying more Furbush and said, get off your high horse.
This is part of the fun is trying to interpret what these people actually mean.
Do you think you hate soccer because you're just bad at it?
No, I was so good I quit. It was boring. Yeah, it was boring. Growing up playing it, I'm like, what? This is it? All right, I'm going to go play baseball.
Can we get one of your
instead.
parents on the phone? Confirm.
Sure. I mean, they're listening. All right, we got our normal mean text here, 360. Lefko, you're Moran. Thank you. That's, I think they're doing mean texts again today to end our show at, 5:15? Wyman and Bob? Yeah, get those in a little bit later this afternoon as well. We're here for Answer the Question Jerk at 9:45, 866-979-3776. But there's a lot you need to know about Bryce Miller and why this start is very important for him tonight. That's coming up next. Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
How do we assess this Mariner team? What do we do?
The main guys that you need to carry the water here, Cal, bad first half, okay? Julio has struggled of late. Donovan has been a non-factor. Naylor hasn't had a good year. I mean, that's the explanation. If this team's going to get back to where they were last year. And they can still do it. The fixes are there.
Subscribe to Seattle Sports on YouTube and watch the full interview.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. The stem cell therapy you did on my knee was a game changer. But Dr. Dan, people ask me all the time if you're seeing the same kind of success treating neck and back pain with stem cell therapy.
Great question, Brock. As you know from your experience, we've had tremendous success treating major joints like hips, knees, and shoulders, but we've also seen excellent results treating neck and lower back pain. In fact, we're the only clinic in the Seattle area offering image-guided stem cell and PRP injection therapy specifically for neck and low back pain.
How cool is that? If joint, neck, or back pain is holding you back, call Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine and find out if stem cell therapy may be right for you. Dr. Dan here is the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's 425-823-4000 or DanielNelsonMD.com.
Law Tigers was born from a passion for the open road. Over 25 years ago, they saw a community that has each other's backs. Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and I've been riding for quite a while now, and I tell you, it's nice to know these guys are in my corner if I ever need them. Law Tigers was built by riders for riders, protecting what matters most, your freedom, your family, and the ride. They're here 24/7, 365 days a year because riders deserve real support whenever they need it. Your case evaluation is always free, and there are no fees until your case settles. They're going to help you get your bike and your gear repaired or replaced because they know how much those things mean to you. So if you're injured in a motorcycle accident, give them a call, 1-800-LAW-TIGERS, or visit lawtigers.com. Again, that's 1-800-LAW-TIGERS. Because every ride you take, your freedom could be on the line. With Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Cook Law Office, PLLC, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Yay to Bruce, the streaming king.
With quantum fiber internet, he's gonna binge.
He wants more, he's got to have more.
More bedtime true crime.
More podcasts in the shower.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi has the power. More fast internet speed.
He's got the gigs to go big, bring him the game.
Right now.
And his royal we.
More sports non-stop, his quantum fiber's on top. Yay to you. Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service and speed in select locations only.
Mariners and Angels tonight at T-Mobile. 6:40 first pitch, pregame at 5:30. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
Looking for a pre-owned Toyota you can actually count on? Then you need to take a trip to Toyota of Renton. Each vehicle passes a rigorous 160-point inspection, so you drive off with confidence. Plus, their service center has factory-certified techs and genuine Toyota parts to keep you running strong. Come meet the incredible team, ask questions, and take a test drive in their variety of dependable, certified, pre-owned inventory. See them in person at Toyota of Renton or online at toyotaofrenton.com.
When you order a ride from a rideshare company, do you know what you're getting? Big rideshare companies have been caught failing to protect passengers from dangerous drivers and not supporting drivers and passengers after an accident, all to protect their profits. That's why if you've been injured in a rideshare vehicle, you need Davis Law Group to protect you. Their in-house team of investigators and legal staff has a successful track record of taking on rideshare companies, and they've won millions. Visit DavisLawGroupSeattle.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, first thing is, the people need to know what your hat is about, Charlie. 509 says, is Charlie's hat, which Charlie, if you're not watching, is wearing a hat that says PB, is Charlie's hat indicating his extreme love of peanut butter? Is this where he and Lefko solidify their friendship through a shared love of food?
Well, should we? I don't know. Do we have some guesses coming in?
Yes, for the sake of that.
Do we have some texters come in and say, what do you think it stands for?
Sure, if you want. But you're about to reveal it, aren't you?
Is it sports related?
Okay, so we won't reveal it yet. Right.
Yeah.
We'll reveal it at 8:30.
Reveal.
All right, big reveal coming at 8:30. Next thing you need to know here, it's still the first thing you need to know, sorry, is that...
And I will say it's not peanut butter.
Okay. There you go. That answer...
But
you
keep
can
guessing.
Text in if you want. Bryce Miller gets the ball for the Mariners tonight, Charlie, and it's going to be his first home start not pitching in a piggyback setup. So I think for people who want to see what we get out of Bryce Miller, this is a big opportunity, and we've seen the rotation already go deep in outings, maybe get pushed past what we've been used to seeing. What's kind of the expectation for Miller tonight?
Continue to build off what he has essentially saw the last couple nights, with Kirby on Monday and Wu on Tuesday. And obviously what the other guys have done as of late. The rotation is really continuing to be strong, and I think Miller in his emergence is just such a bright spot, and it really feels like we're getting that 2024 Bryce Miller back, and he's been lights out. You look at some of these deeper numbers, and 45 innings, only giving up 28 hits. As somebody that likes the stat whip, walks and hits per innings pitched, he's got a .72. So that tells me he's not only not giving up that many hits, he's not walking that many guys. And he is in the zone and dominating, and I expect another strong outing. It's hard not to see at least 6 outings out of his appearance tonight.
Well, the big thing you're going to want to watch for is when that lineup comes out, is Luke Raley and is Dom Canzone in that lineup. Those two left-handed bats against a right-handed starter tonight for the Angels. Dan Wilson mentioned on Tuesday was giving them the day off. They were not in the lineup on Tuesday. Luke Raley dealing with a forearm issue. Canzone, the hamstrings. You get those 2 days off because of the built-in off day yesterday. I think for me, that's the one thing we need to see if those two are back tonight.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really valuable to have both those guys back in a game like tonight. So with the power surge of Dominic Canzone, and obviously we know Raley has power as well. 2 left-handed bats that can really solidify the lineup.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, the stage is set. Monday night here in Seattle, U.S. versus Belgium in the round of 16. We heard from Bump. Belgium's just been hanging out. They had a match here. I think their official training site is in Renton, so they've been here. The fans have been here. They were here for an earlier match. It's going to be quite a scene. Big fan base from Belgium. Obviously, we know what the U.S. crowd's going to be like. It was absolute chaos down there on June 19th in the best way. And Seattle being held up now is really the best site, the best city, the best stadium for the U.S. to play in the World Cup. The atmosphere itself, I'm really looking forward to. The soccer part, nah, I don't know. But big stakes for the U.S. And what a day it's going to be here in this city.
Yeah, it's going to, I think, you could arguably say maybe one of the most exciting Mondays in Seattle history. Like everyone focusing on this one thing. Obviously, there are other things that I'm probably neglecting that happened on Mondays in the history of Seattle. But man, this is going to be just to see what happened, like you said, on the 19th to double down and say, all right, Team USA, we'll give you another show. And it's so loud in there. Everyone's talked about how loud it is, and it just continues to be, I think, a difference maker and an advantage for Team USA.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
There was massive trade news in the NBA yesterday. We would have talked about this anyway. I didn't realize I was sandwiched between 2 Celtics fans. You two really had some back and forth. Maura and Charlie, big Celtics fans here. And the news that Jaylen Brown was traded to the Sixers for Paul George, 2 first-round picks, and 2 second-round picks. And here was the breakdown from our guy, Shems.
Sources tell me the Boston Celtics have traded All-NBA star 2024 Finals MVP Jaylen Brown to the Philadelphia 76ers for Paul George, 2 first-round picks, and 2 second-round picks. So think about it if you're Philadelphia. To get Jaylen Brown in the prime of his career at 30 years old for a player in Paul George who has been looked at different points as a negative contract, you are sending out 2 future first-round picks. You're sending out a couple second-round assets, but now you have Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, Jaylen Brown, and the way Jaylen Brown has been playing, you would think he has multiple years, 3, 4, 5, 6 years left in his prime. Pair that with a young Tyrese Maxey. Pair that with a young VJ Edgecombe.
So it sounds like great trade from the Sixers' perspective. You two Celtics fans. Yeah, what are they doing here?
Well, here, as I pull up some news here on Yahoo Sports, it looks like the Celtics' concern over Jaylen Brown's Twitch streams and his comparison to Jason Tatum may have played a role in the deal. So apparently there's some
internal dissension.
Maybe, I don't know what he's doing on Twitch these days, but maybe there's some concern of what's happening.
Yeah, but still, they basically got what the Clippers got for Kawhi Leonard. Like, not much more. Like, I don't understand how you think that that's an acceptable trade for you.
And Maura, you brought up the good point. These are picks way in the future.
Yeah,
so it's
two
not
of
going to
them,
help them
one's
anytime
2030 and one's 2031. The others are 2028.
Yeah.
In 2031.
Or the Celtics clearly see something in Paul George that no one else sees.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't think that's the case. All right. So that is everything you need to know. We've gotten a good amount of text, Charlie. Do you want to make the big reveal here?
Yeah, what do we got? Oh, here we go. Yes.
Okay. There are two logical candidates, so we'll narrow it down to the two most frequent answers on the text line. Pebble Beach or Pacific Beach? I did think peanut butter as well. No, I did not. But I don't know what I thought. I was curious. So yeah, PB, what do you got there?
Well, in baseball, I would be like, is it pass balls? You know, like how many wild pitches?
As a pitcher, are you going to rock a hat that says pass balls? No.
It'd be too self-deprecating. The big reveal, it is not Pacific Beach. It is Pebble Beach.
Have you played the course?
No, I went down there this year, a few months ago, and brought the family and daughter. We went and had breakfast on the 18th green, and it was a beautiful day, and walked out over there and went into the pro shop, bought a few things, and yeah, you're seeing it. So as much as I do like peanut butter, and as much as we like food and talk about it all the time, it doesn't stand for
I'm going to get you a PB hat that says peanut butter.
All right.
I'm going to go get to work on this when we hit the break. I would tease what's coming next. I truly don't know what's coming next. G. Scott will sit in with us, so the conversation will go one of an infinite number of ways. That's up next here. Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, home of Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Over the next week or two. One of the things that I'm going to be watching for is going to be slugging, but in particular, where that slug is coming from.
What am I looking for? Just winning. To me, that means that Cal has to contribute. I don't think you win 3 series in a row and Cal doesn't contribute. I don't think you win 3 series in a row and Julio doesn't look good.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Hewitt, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
Les Schwab Tires has been proudly serving communities for over 70 years, and we've collected thousands of inspiring stories. Like Kate, who was off on a long road trip with her best friend when the dash lit up like a game show. They find the nearest Les Schwab. Turns out they really needed an oil change. It was done in a flash. Road trip saved. At Les Schwab, we're proud to keep you rolling. Les Schwab Tires. Our greatest story is yours. Stories are composites inspired by real customer feedback.
Deep to right field. Going. Goodbye, baseball.
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. But for a view that's a real home run, check out right field. Make that the dump yard. Sure, it's a great spot to see our fearless outfielders fly, dive, and slide.
Wow! Victor Robles makes the catch!
But you might get to flash some leather too, because the forecast in the dump yard always calls for rain. Raining big dumper home runs, that is.
Number 60, the magical tour of Cal Raleigh just continues.
Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Don't miss this week's Cal Raleigh Funko Pop giveaway. You have one last chance to score this one-of-a-kind collectible when the Mariners take on the Angels tonight at 6:40 at T-Mobile Park. The first 10,000 fans will head home with this must-have Funko Pop. Lock in your seats and check out full lineup of special events at Mariners.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Get ready to rock. It's Hoobastank, delivering their high-energy sounds at Muckleshoot Casino Resort on Friday, July 31st at 8 p.m. Along with Eve 6. It's 2 incredible bands on one unforgettable night. Hoobastank and Eve 6 at Muckleshoot Casino Resort on July 31st. Get your tickets now at muckleshootcasino.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Mike Lefko and Charlie Furbush here with you. We do not have a Friday show. This is our final show of the week. So usually 8:30 is on Friday. G. Scott is in. But it's a Thursday. G is here anyway. How's it going, man?
I'm good. I'm over here, man. This microphone need a blue pill.
Yeah, a little limp over there for sure.
Yeah. But what's going on, man?
You got it.
Oh, yeah, I got it. Oh, yeah.
You just don't touch it. Don't move. Don't breathe on it.
Hey, what's up, man? It's good to be here. Hey, happy Thursday to everybody. Holiday is coming up and everything, no doubt about it. The 4th is going to be happening. True fun fact on the 4th of July. I don't know if you guys knew this, but technically they got everything done on July 2nd. The press release, you know what I mean? The press release was July 4th when they put it out to the people, right? So technically today is when they all got together and said, yeah, let's do this. Let's do this.
Must have been a weekend then. They're waiting for the start of the work week.
Yeah.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
So your push is to make the 4th of July a 3-day holiday.
No. That's not my push. That's not my push.
I'd be cool with that.
I'm just,
You know?
Yeah.
Second, third, and fourth are off every year. Let's go.
No doubt. All right, what y'all been talking about? You don't want me to lead this.
But you always do. So I let you get what you're feeling passionate about.
Well, look, let's go World Cup. Like, I know that there are some people who are forced to have to talk about or listen to soccer. And let me be the first to admit to all of you, that whole soccer thing wasn't really my vibe, if you know what I mean, right? And so I have had the privilege to be one of the hosts and MCs for the World Cup, and that's been a blast. And I got to tell you, this World Cup is different. Like, it's not compared to football. It's apples and oranges, right? It's different. It's special in its own right. But the athleticism that I didn't used to see before in soccer, maybe because I wasn't really paying attention, but the athleticism, the creativity, man, what they are able to do with their feet is no different. If you all think that JSN is special with his hands, they are special with their feet. So seeing that yesterday, if you all got a chance to watch Team Senegal versus Team Belgium, and let me bring you all into the stadium. First, Belgium, this is their second time playing in Seattle. So it was almost like, it felt like the vibe in the stadium was, Team Belgium was like, okay, it's cool, because far we're getting the crowds hyped up. Team Senegal, oh man, it was hype, right? It was hype. And so before pregame, I said, yo, Team Senegal, I'm predicting Team Senegal, and my co-host, she's predicting Team Belgium. Okay. So everything's rocking, we're going, match starts, and you could just still feel the momentum on Team Senegal's side. And as you all know, going into the 83rd minute of the match, Team Senegal's winning 2-0. Now, here's me behind the scenes. I'm sitting down in preparation for after the match. I'm going to get up on the microphone on the screen to be talking what a great match it was and all those things. So I'm figuring out what I'm going to say, Charlie. And so I got Team Senegal. Like, right? Everybody assumes that Team Senegal
at that point in the game, for sure.
Right? I'm cool. So I'm sitting there, it's foregone. Yo. Do you know by the 88th minute, it was 2-2? By the 88th minute, it's 2-2. I'm like, what in the world just happened? The stadium's electric. Then, between us, I didn't really know exactly how the overtime really worked until yesterday pre-show. I learned, like, hey, just in case it's a knockout round, it's going to be 2 15-minute halves. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So that goes down yesterday, and then as you all saw, that little thing that happened inside the penalty box, and it was a penalty shot, goal shot, and that happened, and that was a match. But not to be long-winded, that was probably my World Cup moment. Like, that hooked me. Like, I was getting pretty hooked. But then that, and then you turn around, and we went over to the hall to watch the USA match against Bosnia and Herzegovina, and to see that and USA win in spite of that red card.
Awesome. So doesn't that frustrate you, though? That punishment, that red card? I can't get past that. And I can't get past a lot of what's been going on in soccer.
Okay.
The atmosphere is great. Everything you described is fantastic.
I just want to say, like, we family, right? That next part of that check ain't clear for me, so I don't really.
Oh wait,
wanna,
so you can't even give your. Okay.
I don't want to. You feel me?
All right.
I don't want to comment.
Listening. Wow.
I don't want to comment on that.
Can we
got
go
one
with
more
the safer
match
one? I would like to know, because you've been around all these. We've seen how much fun the international fan bases are having here. Of the matches that you have emceed, who's been the most fun international fan base?
Well, that wouldn't be fair to do that. But let me just go ahead and say, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Yo, they came in that thing, and I said, whoa, it was real up in there, right? Team Senegal, their fans was in there. But, everyone, I just want y'all to know, like, it's the pride that you see on there, and what's cool, here's what you don't see. As someone who's been to a lot of different other sporting events, you know what I ain't seen yet? I haven't seen popcorn thrown on nobody. I haven't seen beer thrown on nobody. I ain't seen no fights. Mark, can we do this with all sporting events, y'all? Can this be a thing going forward where we don't see none of that? It's been great.
Wow. All right.
So that would be my fan base.
Were the Belgians hanging out at the hall? Like they've taken over the hall.
Oh yeah.
I'm fascinated to see how Monday goes because they have a massive fan base.
Oh, they got a fan base. Monday is, I got to tell you, when we first started in rehearsals and we were talking about what if and all that, looking at how everything could go, and we knew that on Juneteenth it was going to be Team USA versus Team Australia, right? So we knew that was going to happen. But then by the time the last game, July 6th, potentially it could be USA. And from the very beginning, that has been like, man, what if? Well, here we are. That's about to happen this Monday. It's going to be crazy. But no, that red card thing, yeah, that's something.
I forgot. You're a FIFA employee, technically. Yeah. All right. No comment there.
Oh, right. I think we were just talking about does the punishment fit the crime, and is it worth a full game suspension on the back end? I think you brought up maybe if it was just a half game the next day, maybe it was a half.
We're trying to improve.
We don't need to have you comment.
We're just trying to improve the sport a little bit.
I'll tell you another thing. Now I want to make sure this is right because last night I'm watching. Right, you guys saw the whole red card thing, and so is it still true that when they minus a player, they have to stay with that? Like they can't have another player replace that?
Yeah, you're down a player. Right, so it all seems so punitive. That's the whole point.
That's a crazy thing. Imagine in football and stuff like that, and you got a player ejected, and now on defense, instead of playing with 11, you have to play with 10 now.
Yeah. Totally. Same thing in baseball, right?
No right fielder. Okay.
Sorry, he got kicked out of the game. Oh, and he can't play tomorrow either. Yeah. Don't worry.
That's just too much.
Would it be kind of fun though?
What? To have one less
that would add some dynamic, right?
No. Okay. Forget about how we're used to. Let's go to the other side. So, Charlie, baseball game is happening. Oh, your right fielder got kicked out, and so that specific position right there, you got to play with.
Yeah, you got to navigate it now. Yeah.
So Julio's playing both sides.
Right.
He's right center the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Right.
He could probably cover it all.
Or maybe just it depends on the batter, right? And your stats. You're like, okay, we need 3 outfielders this time. And then the other one's like, oh, this dude can't hit. All right, we need 1 outfielder.
Yeah. That would be something.
It would add a little spice to it.
Yeah.
It would add spice like your relationship, Lefko.
And he's waiting to get back there.
Matter of fact, how is your relationship going, Lefko?
I'm surprised it took you so long. I don't know why the conversation always steers back to me. But
y'all still together?
Yeah. Why? You guys are thinking what? It wouldn't be?
Hey,
something like that?
You
and Charlie talking.
Do you guys go out on dates?
Of course.
Out of 10 dates, how many do you pay for?
Like all of them? I mean, she chips in for things as well, but I'm always offering. I'm always paying.
That wasn't my question. This is good. Look, out of 10 dates, how many does Lefko pay for?
Well, I mean, different things happen on the dates. Like, if we're going to a couple places, I'll pay for a few things, then she'll offer, hey, can I get this? Sure, if you're going to offer that.
Okay, let's take a pie. Let's take a pie. A pie, a date night pie with Lefko and his lady. Of the pie, what percentage of the pie do you take care of?
Most? I mean, I don't want to make her seem bad.
80%?
She's always offering
75%.
Sure. Somewhere in that range.
85, 90%.
I feel like you're setting up to something, though, right?
I'm not setting up to anything. Charlie, I'm just asking questions.
80 to 85?
Okay.
Yeah. That's it? No follow-up?
Nope.
Yeah. Okay.
Just making sure you're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Little things like that. They go a long way.
Yes. I guess, what I mean? You guys you're settled in your life.
We've learned through failure. So we're here to provide wisdom.
I know Maura would always get a kick out of this as well because Brock and G, they would come in, just stare at me and start to cackle because I was like the single one and I'd have the adventures. Mm-hmm. And so my life would be a little more
Did you have adventures as single?
I'm boring now.
You're boring now.
Yeah.
Tell me when you were single, I want to know about your adventures.
Yeah, they were great.
Were they?
Yeah.
Were you dating?
Yes. Why wouldn't you? You always would talk about this.
Only in the summer.
We talked about that.
He would be like, oh, the wintertime's bad weather. You can't do anything. I was like, wait, what?
No, I mean, very restrictive in the winter. It's dark at 4:30. No one wants to do anything.
Nobody want to date in the summer.
Yeah, they do.
Cuddle.
Yeah,
it's not.
People are
it's too
out,
hot to
having
cuddle with
fun.
anybody in the
Are you
summer.
a seasonal dater?
I might be a seasonal dater. If you're afflicted with seasonal dating, contact Mike Lefko.
When he was single, he only dated in one season.
Yeah, that's a common affliction, seasonal dating depression.
Oh, I guess. Exactly.
All right, what type of local sports you guys have been talking about lately? What do you guys got?
The World Cup, that's been local.
Has it been the driver? You guys haven't been talking about with the Mariners?
No,
or talking about the Seahawks or anything like
We're
that?
talking about Cal and Julio getting their power back.
You're here, so we want to talk about what you want to talk about. Yeah, we've been talking about big Mariners. They're trying to get over 500, maintain some consistency. As Morris said, Julio and Cal had no power in the month of June. They're hitting, they're walking, they're getting on base, but they're home run guys. Julio is a big home run guy. He's a 40-40 guy, you hope, at his peak. Cal, 60 home runs last year. Julio, we were talking about this. Julio hit 10 home runs in the month of May. He hit 2 last month. So that's kind of been the confusing part of June.
Charlie, can you help me better understand? Like sometimes, I've been busy lately because I have to be honest with you guys.
Yeah, you get a full plate. Yeah.
I haven't been watching the games, but it always shows up on my phone, like every inning and everything like that. And sometimes you're like, oh man, Mariners are struggling a little bit. But Charlie, help me better understand this. Why is it that when I go to social media, and they had a little rough stretch when they went on the road and they were a little rough and everything, why does it seem like everything's like, oh my gosh, it's doom and gloom when the Mariners have a rough patch? What happens?
I think the main thing is there is a sense to me that people look at it in a short-term viewpoint, right?
Okay.
And I think in baseball, everyone in the game is only looking at it in the long term, right? Like there is maybe some short-term, what can we do this game, this series? But I think as a former player, you're willing to ride this journey for so long, and if there's a lapse in performance, you're going, oh, that's just part of the season. I'm not going to now just say, oh, these guys stink.
Yeah.
I don't believe in them anymore. And I think the tide can switch so quick. We've talked about this a handful of times where you can go on a run and the Mariners could sweep the Angels here, and then suddenly we're going to say, oh no, we don't believe these guys.
Right.
So it's like for me, I say to the average fan, don't let the seesaw tip in one direction.
Right.
Try to stay even as best you can, and know that you're going to have bad days, you're going to have good days, but ultimately this team is built for October.
It reminds me of being married, y'all. No, I'm being serious. Imagine being married and you get into a little disagreement and argument with your significant other, and then the next 5 minutes they're like, okay, I want a divorce. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes I get to social media and folks want a divorce. The manager, the skipper, Dan Wilson. Like, how do we get there? Like, didn't less than a year ago, weren't the Mariners doing really well?
Yeah.
How do we go from there? It's like, hey, baby, did we go to Hawaii just, 6 months ago? Didn't we have that great? Weren't we taking pictures on Instagram, going out, having the best life of our life, and we have a little bit of a rough patch, and you want to get a divorce?
Yeah.
Well, the good and the bad of baseball is that it's every day. So the great part is it's every day.
So is
we
marriage.
Watch, so we
So
lock
is
in.
marriage.
Exactly. So continuing that analogy, so over the course of a long sample size, like marriage or baseball, you have the ups and downs. But we are in the immediacy of reacting immediately, talking about it every single day, where short term, things have to get magnified because of the nature of social media and what we do here and talking about it. Long term, over the course of 3 months, are Julio struggles going to look as bad? No, but you look at the month of June, it's like, oh, Julio did not hit any home runs. That looks bad in that short sample size. That's the problem.
And I think it's my job to tell everyone to not get caught up in that, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, don't be crapping on your own guy when you know he's really good.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, oh, if Jackson Smith and Jigba drops 3 catches, trade him. You know what I mean? Like, no, he's not good. He's not good enough anymore. We don't trust him. And I think it's just like, why did you flip the switch so quick?
Or like the dad that misses his son's wedding. Like, oh, get him out of here. That's crazy. Oh, my
That was
goodness.
good.
Oh, he's a terrible father. Oh, my gosh. Oh,
no. See, you touched the mic there. That's going to fall. Yeah.
All right. Well, good. The Mariners.
Are you So you still monitor kind of passingly the score? Like, when are you going to lock in? When World Cup's done? You get back into baseball?
That's fair.
Or wait until the playoff push?
Okay. Let me tell you what fans and you all in sports media have done to me. right? And I blame all of you because every dang on time I get excited about baseball in April or May, y'all be like, settle down. So, and you know what I'm saying? Y'all do that to me. So, therefore, right now, you ask Charlie when I'm going to lock in after All-Star break. Like, I think that we have been conditioned, and I think arguably so, there's so many things that can happen, right? Like, I'm quite sure right now, I got homeboys in Chicago right now. Now, I'm born and raised on the South Side. I was always a Cubs fan because my dad took me to Cubs games. And I went to White Sox games because I loved Harold Baines back in the day. And you guys know later on the Big Hurt and all that stuff. So, but White Sox wasn't my thing. Everybody on my block was all White Sox fans. So right now, they going crazy over White Sox. Yeah. You can't tell them nothing. To which I said, settle down now. Settle down. Wait till after All-Star break because their hearts can get broken. Charlie, you know this baseball, man, all kinds of things happen after All-Star break.
Without a doubt. And that's the crazy – that's why it's so different than every other sport is that, you know, you have so many games. There's so many feelings and reactions to bad losses, great wins and whatnot. And how do you – jump on the bandwagon and feel like it's all going in the right direction. So I always it's just a fascinating thing to watch when people don't understand how long the season it is. And when you say like you compare it to marriage, or I almost compare it to life, like, you know, there are a lot of things that happen throughout the day that you can't control, and you try to do the best to navigate what you can and then show up the next day with a smile on your face. You know, and a lot of days the baseball players deal with stuff on and off the field, and you got to do the best you can to show up the next day and bring it, and it's not easy. And I think that, you know, when you're losing and things are more amplified, it's hard to see, you know, the other side of things. But that's where, for me, I just try to put things in perspective that it can always be worse, man.
You know what's impressive? The way baseball players compartmentalize and how they push past things, like you were just saying, because baseball is inherently, more than any other sport, this always gets brought up. It's so difficult. And it's the only sport where the offensive team or the team trying to score is not in control of what they're doing. Right. That makes it tougher. So it's a sport of failure. The whole line of, hey, if you hit 3 for 10 your whole career, you hit 300, you're a 300 hitter, you're in the Hall of Fame. 3 out of 10. That's a lot of failure. Yeah.
70% failure.
70% failure rate. Right. Or, you know,
and you're
game-to-game nature. Yeah. So many games, there are going to be a lot of opportunities to fail. And that's the tough part, that we sit with it as fans and as people who talk about it. Players have to sit with it, then push past it and not let it affect the next at-bat or next game.
I love that. And I'm going to go back to the marriage on that one. You made a very good point. Well, that's why usually, and by the way, I don't want to make this gender-based, but usually in the marriage, there is someone that acts like a fan and there's someone that acts like the player. And what I mean by that is you say compartmentalize things, right? There's somebody that's kind of reasonable, even keel in the marriage, and there's one that's like, I want a divorce. Get out. You came back. You came home after 11 p.m. I'm tired of you. I want a divorce right now. So there's somebody unrealistic in it, but then you need someone who's settle down. Okay, it's fine. You know, that real cool person. This is why opposites really attract.
The yin to the yang.
The yin to the yang. Now, which one would you be, Lefko?
Yeah, I think you know me. Which one do you think I am?
You're more of a yang guy.
I'm the out. Well, it could be either, right? Is the yang how would you describe the yang then?
I don't know.
Okay.
I just picked one.
I don't know. We are.
It's different.
We are somewhat similar. I'm definitely more outgoing, more out there. And
who's more calm? See, it's not even about that. Which one is more calm? Ooh. Which one? Because usually, again, I don't make this gender-based. Usually there's someone that kind of gets a little too emotional real fast.
I think we have good balance. We are calm about different things, and then we get annoyed and upset about different things. Charlie was pointing to me about the one who gets upset real fast. I mean, if it's something like terrible drivers or slow walkers.
Or soccer.
Yes. Or soccer, no. More in the day-to-day of things going wrong. I think I would get more prone to being upset like that.
Gotcha.
But I don't know. I don't think we have the two extremes there. Good balance. Good kind of keeping each other more level. I've gotten more patient, that's for sure. So maybe I am.
Well, then that answers the question right there.
What?
That he was definitely the more emotional one. He was impatient before. Now he's learning patience. This is a great skill to have.
I'm very
and
impatient.
G, you got to be patient in life.
Oh, you got to be patient in life. You got to be patient in this relationship. This is why. Look, I don't know.
Coming a long way.
A lot of people make fun of me, but this is why I wasn't so successful. Many times. By the way, I shouldn't. Sometimes my current wife says, "Why do you always tell that story about how you weren't successful?" Like, what are you supposed to do? You got to tell the truth now. Sometimes, would you believe that's actually the failures that you've had in life, whatever those were and are going to be the reasons why you are successful at something else in the future. Seriously. Like, the only way to learn about, hey, how did you learn how to save money? Well, let me tell you about the time I blew all my money. And then when I blew all my money, I'm like, oh, that's not a good idea. Hey, how come you don't gamble? Well, let me tell you about the time I did gamble. And you know what I mean? So anyway, that's why I do it. But if my wife's listening, she ain't, but I'm going to get better.
Failures teach everything, though. It's like it is amazing. If you have that growth mindset and you're willing to learn, there's so much you can learn from really just falling on your face and sucking. So you do the best you can to own it and learn from it and show up with a smile on your face the next day, man.
I like this because it always turns into life lessons. I don't know which ones there will be when we come into this. And that's why I always say I don't know what we're talking about, but we always talk about a lot.
We do.
And the conversation evolves as we go.
As my friend says, we go global. Yeah. We cover all things.
And by the way, just so everybody knows, like, man, Charlie and G, they vibe together. That's because he and I have the same birth date. That's right. We're born on the same day, April 11th. Shout out to all the Aries in the world. That sign is definitely the best. Okay. Mara, would you agree? Aries is the best sign. You agree?
I have a good friend, Kirsten, who has the same birthday as you guys.
No way.
Wow.
All right. Look at that.
Wow.
Okay. I guess we're having a party next year.
Go.
Party next April 11th.
Let's go.
Good stuff.
What are you doing for the 4th, Lefko?
Celebrations, fireworks. Depends on the weather. Need to go paddleboarding if it's nice. This has been a terrible week to go paddleboarding.
Does she like to paddleboard?
Yes. So that's a big key. Seasonal dating and all that.
If she didn't like paddleboarding, would you like her?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
All right. There we go.
See you guys.
I know you got a show to get to. Appreciate it. Good conversation there, as always, Charlie. It's always fun to bring G in here. We're going to get back to some of the better conversations we had this past week as well. No, not that you weren't a good one, G. Some of the ones we had earlier in the week. We're going to get back to some of those best tidbits on the Mariners for you in review coming up next. Mike Lefko, Charlie Furbush here with you. Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, home of Bumpin' Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Are the Seahawks the most disrespected Super Bowl team ever? What would you say?
Most def. I think it's because of the style. If you look back at, let's say, like the last 5 Super Bowl champions minus the Seahawks. Philly, Saquon Barkley, 2,000 yards. Offense is great. Defense is on point. Kansas City, the next 2 years, you got Pat Mahomes.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Les Schwab Tires has always believed that taking care of people is the right thing to do. Today, that means more than trusted service. It means delivering real value, too. That's why we're lowering prices on hundreds of tires without changing the service and expertise you've always counted on. Consumer Reports named Les Schwab the best tire retailer for 2026. We'll keep working every day to earn your trust. See leschwab.com for details.
This summer, go electric and save big at Toyota of Kirkland. The all-new Toyota CHR delivers 338 horsepower, standard all-wheel drive, and up to 287 miles of range. Check out the Toyota BZ, the EV SUV built for the Northwest. Their expert team is ready to walk you through every feature. Take a test drive today and take that car home the same day. Visit their incredible showroom today at Toyota of Kirkland. Summer savings are happening now. ToyotaofKirkland.com.
Brock Ewart here with my buddy Shannon O'Kelly from IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Shannon, we met about a decade ago when you came into the studio, and at that point, IRG was humming, but you were not 40 locations strong all over the neighborhood. How have you done this, and why?
Number one, Brock, great people. Our strength here at IRG is our people. Secondly, we are a company that has a culture of giving back and taking care of our patients, taking care of our team, and thirdly, taking care of our community. We want to be your family physical therapist. More importantly, we want to be your family's neighborhood physical therapist. We want you to come in, have a great experience, and get better and get out there and be pain-free and function.
Take care of your friends. taking care of your neighbors, taking care of your community, and taking care of Western Washington. With over 40 locations now, that's exactly what IRG Physical and Hand Therapy is doing. Find them in person, find them online at irgpt.com. That's irgpt.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. And summer in Western Washington, you know, it means trips to the beach, summer barbecues, little golf, that vacation maybe you've been looking forward to. Well, when you take those pictures this summer, don't you want to look and feel your very best? Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can help, and trust me, you can do this so fast. I lost 15 pounds just in the first 2 weeks, 35 pounds after 8 weeks. How about that? There's time, so what are you waiting for? Schedule a 15-minute, no-obligation consultation right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Here's what to expect. Safe, healthy, sustainable weight loss, no exercise, no pills, no injections, no surgery. You're eating all real food that you buy at the grocery store. You will lose weight, and you will look and feel your very best. That feeling, it's just on the other end of your 15-minute consult. What's the secret? You'll find out in only 15 minutes with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Schedule your quick intro today at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deep to right field. Going. Goodbye, baseball.
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. But for a view that's a real home run, check out right field. Make that the dump yard. Sure, it's a great spot to see our fearless outfielders fly, dive, and slide.
Wow! Victor Robles makes the catch!
But you might get to flash some leather too, because the forecast in the dump yard always calls for rain. Raining big dumper home runs, that is.
Number 60, the magical tour of Cal Raleigh just continues.
Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Don't miss this week's Cal Raleigh Funko Pop giveaway. You have one last chance to score this one-of-a-kind collectible when the Mariners take on the Angels tonight at 6:40 at T-Mobile Park. The first 10,000 fans will head home with this must-have Funko Pop. Lock in your seats and check out full lineup of special events at mariners.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewart is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
Hello!
Well, hello. Hopefully you've been with us until before now, but if you're just joining us, Mike Lefko and Charlie Furbush here with you. Final hour of our week here on Brock and Salk, Charlie. It's flown by.
It's been a legendary week.
Legendary week.
Yeah, at least for me.
We've gotten some nicknames. We have solved some problems. We've maybe created new problems. I don't know. We're trying to fix things here. We also have Answer the Question Jerk coming up at 9:45, 866-979-3776. But we did have a lot of good baseball conversations this week, Charlie. Wanted to get back to them in a segment that they do on this show. It's called For You in Review.
Brock and Salk present For You in Review.
Time for our weekly chat with Jeff Passan from ESPN. We've got Joel Clark. Good morning, Joel.
Let's talk to Coach McDonald.
This is For You in Review. Brought to you by the Seattle Sports YouTube page, where you can find the full version of every interview.
Yeah, if you are watching on YouTube right now, you can see my hands moving around, as people love to see, I guess. You can also go back and watch any of these interviews or listen on our Seattle Sports podcast page, Brock and Salk. Click on that. You have all of these. Charlie, I think these two kind of go hand in hand about the big picture story for the Mariners. The second half of the season, how do they get to those goals they've set out? How do they achieve the high expectations that they set for themselves at the start of this season because of last season? And so it's kind of a two-part thing of, all right, how do you get there? And then what you might have to do at the deadline to achieve those goals. And we'll go back to a question that you asked Jeff Passan, a really good one, and I loved his response here. You asked him, are the Mariners legitimate World Series contenders?
Yeah, I think they are. I despite the fact that they're at 586 games into the season, when people ask me who the most dangerous teams in the American League are, I say the Yankees and the Mariners. And maybe I need to start giving a little bit more respect to the Rays because they have sustained this thing and they actually have a game and a half lead on the Yankees at this point. But I am not out on the Mariners, and I'm not sure I'm going to be, honestly, until they're out of the playoff picture. I look at Texas right now, and man, they are banged up. And I look at the rest of the American League West with the A's, and I think to myself, none of these teams is better than the Mariners. Like that's the thing about it.
You agree with that?
I've agreed with it the whole season. Yeah. I think when you just look at the roster, man, this is without a doubt they're the best team. You saw what they did last year and the pieces that they have. It's just the execution and performance, has led them to a 500 start so far, right? But there's still a ton of games left and the ability for everyone to kind of turn it around. So, I think we talk about maybe a trade acquisition in the bullpen or from a right-handed bat standpoint, but man, this team's good.
Sorry, I got distracted by a text.
Oh, yeah.
Remember our week started out with me being upside down? Made me think of that. 206 says, it looks like Charlie's peeking over Mike's shoulder.
Oh, I guess that is.
Sorry, I've been adjusting that update. There we go.
You're fine. That brought me back to the hilarity of that did fly by. That was
I didn't say anything funny.
No,
why are you giggling?
It was a good point. But we started the week, and I was upside down the entire time, the first hour on the stream.
Yeah.
Some people would say that's the preferred way to view me. I don't know. Maybe the whole world was upside down. I was the correct one. I don't know. But yes, with what you've said and what you outlined about that, we know the Mariners roster is in great shape to contend for a World Series. They need to improve on some areas of deficiency. They need to get everyone performing like we know they're capable of. But that also lends itself to the question of, all right, how do you address those pieces you are missing? Chiefly the bullpen and a reliever, getting another high leverage arm here. So we talked to Bob Nightengale yesterday, and in talking about the trade deadline, we know it's going to be pretty prohibitive for teams if they need to bring in someone. It's a seller's market. Everyone's in contention now, especially this year. The entire American League is just kind of jammed together. So this was Bob Nightengale saying, look, you might consider it, quote, overspending if you give up a lot of prospects, but if that's what you have to do this year, don't even call it overspending.
Probably, particularly with, relievers, the Mariners could have, could use a couple relievers, but, you can say the same thing about every team in baseball could use, at least one, back-end reliever to help out. Certainly the Mariners could use a seventh inning and eighth inning guy. So, then, of course, the definition of, what do you overspend? If you give away top prospects and get to the World Series, it's worth it. It doesn't matter, who you give up. So that's the bottom line. And I think to overspend, you got to believe your team is not only good enough to make the playoffs, but to get to the World Series. And I think that might be the case for the Mariners. It's not good enough just to get to the playoffs. Not after what they did last year. It's really, World Series or bust. Particularly just being one game away from the World Series a year ago, and the American League being as bad as it is this year.
I think that's the key, right? Things that Passan echoed, and we went in on that as well. And then what Bob just said there, is this team worthy of giving up a ton of your future with your prospects, or saying, look, we love guys that are down in our system, we're attached to a lot of these, but is this the team that if we brought someone in, it would be the thing that takes us over the top?
Yes.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly what they need, right? Is a way to figure out who to go get and target to improve your team, whether it's bullpen or a right-handed bat or something else we're not necessarily thinking of right now. But I think as a team and organization, knowing where everyone is at in their careers, I think they realize the window is only open for so long, right? And seemingly, if the window is open now, it appears that the window is slightly larger open because of the American League. Mm-hmm. So is there a way to, use the situation you find yourself in to your advantage and see if we can, make a move that, maybe we don't want to give up our prospects, but and that's where I think I keep going back to. And maybe we'd feel differently if we were talking about a team that has been to the World Series, but the Mariners still are the only team that have never been to a World Series. So if this is what it takes to put you over the edge, I think it's absolutely worth considering. Now, it's not going to, for me, it's not going to, I guess, diminish your minor league system so much to make a move, right? I just don't see that, I have to give up all of these guys just to get a rental reliever, right? I think there's value in finding some of these prospects that just aren't big league ready, and they may be 2-3 years down the road, but can you get a guy now that will immediately help your team? And at the end of the day, knowing that you are at 500, you're essentially saying, I need to go maybe buy some more wins. I need to get some players to get some more wins, because if we find ourselves still in the AL West competition in September and we have to get in via the wild card, then every win is going to be vitally important. And if there's ways to acquire players that help you get more wins, then I say push your chips in the table and go all in.
And I think you're right. Last year was a great example of that. Kind of an around 500 team, not a very impressive season for most of it until the end. But at the deadline, you might not have said unequivocally that team is worth going out and getting Josh Naylor and Gino Suarez based on what they had done. But you project forward, and look what happened. They win 17 of their final 18 to end the season, or before they played the Dodgers, where it didn't matter. They clinched everything and then get to the ALCS.
Yeah, and I guess, are you on the side of, no, protect the prospects? Because I think that's, a viewpoint. And it's like, well, are we more into having prospects in a really, really super healthy pipeline, or are we into trying to do something that the team has never done in the history of the 50 years it's been around?
For some reason, people get attached, and I get it, because in the case of someone like Celestin, whatever. I've heard his name pronounced a couple different ways, but you watch him and he's raking in the minors. He's accomplished all these things.
That's not the big leagues, man. That's the point.
But there's
too many prospects that don't make it.
You look at him and say, like, oh, he's going to be an amazing acquisition to our big league roster. I'm just the mindset. I know, but like, that's the mindset of the people here.
You just look at all the prospects across baseball, right? A bunch of them just don't pan out the way you think they are. Doesn't mean they don't have talent. Doesn't mean that they, couldn't eventually figure it out. But there are some people that never figure it out, even with the talent. And I think that's what is difficult. I know we, don't want to bring up another guy in Jared Kelenic, but he's kind of a prime example, right, of has everything that's projected to be the next great athlete and the next great baseball player. And for whatever reason, a combination of variables, it just didn't work, right? So you're trying to maybe predict that happening in a way, like looking at it like, whoever it is in the minors, they're really talented. We really like what we see, and we think that we can build off that. But at the end of the day, does this person have the mental aptitude, physical, skills? Can you match it up and actually be a big league player at that level? A lot of it is to be determined. So if you're going to sit here and bank and think that, this is a for sure prospect, maybe you hold on to, but there's a handful of guys that you're probably still going, well, I just don't really know yet. I want to see them develop, but maybe if we keep them around, that we can turn that player into that player. But maybe if we got rid of them, what we do now is turn our big league roster better.
Yeah, the trade deadline will be the big story moving forward. We're about a month away until that deadline hits, so everyone will be certainly watching with bated breath to see what the Mariners and everyone else around baseball, what they do. What the Mariners do immediately, though, we'll talk to you about that, because they have to finish up this series against the Angels. Final game comes up tonight. There's some key things you need to know. That's up next here. Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seattle Sports, home of Brock and Salk, morning 6 to 10.
Can we please stop crowning the Rams already? The season hasn't even begun yet. I think it ignores a whole bunch of stuff. We've seen teams try to put together these super teams before. I can't come up with the last time it actually worked. And oh, by the way, I've talked about this a bunch. They didn't add Myles Garrett. They upgraded to Myles Garrett. They lost a guy in Jared Verse who was also a very good player.
Watch live or later on the Seattle Sports YouTube channel.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Ooh, that face. Quantum fiber internet loves that face.
That's Jamila.
Hey, Jamila.
She's thinking outside the box from inside the box.
Quantum fiber Wi-Fi keeps her meeting game strong. From the back door to the front lawn.
Rushing all of her video calls. Back to back to back video calls.
Quantum fiber internet blowing the soxies up all those people in all those boxes. Yay to you.
Switch today at quantumfiber.com. Additional pods may be needed to achieve Wi-Fi coverage in some locations. Limited availability. Service in select locations only.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Windows are a home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Stay cool this summer and save big. Lake Washington Windows and Doors delivers the quality, comfort, and energy-saving performance you deserve. During July, buy 3 windows or doors and get 1 free. Plus, make no payments for 12 months. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. The stem cell therapy you did on my knee was a game changer. But Dr. Dan, people ask me all the time if you're seeing the same kind of success treating neck and back pain with stem cell therapy.
Great question, Brock. As you know from your experience, we've had tremendous success treating major joints like hips, knees, and shoulders, but we've also seen excellent results treating neck and lower back pain. In fact, we're the only clinic in the Seattle area offering image-guided stem cell and PRP injection therapy specifically for neck and low back pain.
How cool is that? If joint, neck, or back pain is holding you back, call Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine and find out if stem cell therapy may be right for you. Dr. Dan here is the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's 425-823-4000 or danielnelsonmd.com.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-881-8686. That's 800-881-8686. 800-881-8686.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, the final game of this series against the Angels is tonight for the Mariners. Monday, Tuesday, the old off day in between. So the day off yesterday. Final game tonight, 6:40 first pitch, 5:30 pregame. Bryce Miller on the mound for the Mariners. Mariners are going to face a young right-hander for the Angels, and I think what we're all going to be watching for, Charlie, is whether Dominic Canzone and Luke Raley, who were out of the lineup on Tuesday, will be back in. Here was Dan Wilson before the game on Tuesday explaining, look, with the off day that was yesterday and Tuesday's game, give them 2 days. Hopefully they're back to feeling good enough to be back in the lineup.
A little bit different lineup. Dom and Rails just need a day here, I think, to be able to get today and then the off day as well, and hopefully get them some really good rest here as we pick up towards the end of the week. They'll be ready to roll. So, that's a chance for us to give Randy a DH day too. Weston Wilson will be right field tonight, so get a chance to get him some at-bats and ready to get game 2 of the series.
Charlie, how important is it to get someone, especially like Canzone, who had 6 home runs, hit .314 in the month of June, back there in the lineup?
It's huge, and he's providing some of that slug that the team needs, right? I think that's the big thing is you look at how the runs are scored and knowing that the Mariners are, one of the best at hitting the long ball over the fence. And Canzone's been a big part of that. So having him back in the lineup is huge, as well as Raley. And it just continues to extend this lineup. So if the horses in the lineup, the Cal, the Julio, the Naylor do what they're supposed to do, then it allows Canzone to kind of just sit in the bottom half of the lineup. But right now he's playing so well, he may find himself in the 3-hole again.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Get ready for Monday, all day and then night here in Seattle. Round of 16, United States versus Belgium, and the U.S. got there because of a key goal late in the first half.
Cameron, only man there, able to steer it to Adams, flicks it along Tillman. He's got Balogun making a run off him. Can he get around to that ball? To the deflection, Balogun scores! Flo Balogun, first to react to the deflection. He'll do the LeBron celebration. It's 1-0 U.S.
Charlie, unfortunately, the controversial red card has put a damper on this because Balogun, who has been a revelation for the U.S. this World Cup, will not be participating in the match on Monday. Not allowed.
Yeah, that's controversial to say the least. But can we at least maybe to what we've done earlier in the week? We played a couple of the other teams. We played Paraguay's goal-scoring radio broadcast. Can we just maybe have the USA step it up a little bit? I feel like it's not as exciting.
Calls. Yeah, they're never as good as the Spanish calls.
Not as exciting.
The free kick, the Telemundo call of the free kick for the second goal for the U.S., it's incredible. They get it. As a broadcaster, I really appreciate that because you kind of listen to styles and how guys call games, things like that. Soccer does, I'll give it credit for this, soccer does play well with how the English, like literally the English-speaking from England. Those broadcasters sound, the way they describe the game is almost lyrical, and then the Spanish-speaking announcers just yelling goal for 80 seconds or more.
Right. I love it. Yeah, and it's just, I think, the American broadcasters could maybe give a glimpse of that, right?
All right.
Get excited,
Give me a little more. Give me a little more spice on these goal calls moving forward. So we will see on Monday. I would hope in that situation, because the U.S. has a chance to advance to where they've never been before in the World Cup, right? I don't know. I don't want to make that a definitive statement. It's been a long time.
It's been a long time since they
certainly in this format, where even with 32 teams, that was 1930 or something. They did that to get there on this stage in modern day, to get to the quarterfinals would be massive, and to do it in Seattle, give me some excitement on one of those goal calls on Monday.
Right?
Yeah, we can all hope for that. Let's go.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, this is big for the Mariners yesterday. Even though they didn't play, they're now in first. Tied for first. The Rangers lost to the Guardians, so that win streak is over. They had won 6 straight. Rangers are back at it. They have a series at home today against the Tigers. The Astros are kind of hanging around. They're off. They have a series against the Rays beginning on Friday. And the A's play the Marlins. That'll be an interesting kind of scouting series for the Mariners, because the Mariners, after their series against the Blue Jays this weekend, go to Miami to take on a Marlins team. We mentioned it yesterday. MLB best 20-6 in the month of June.
Yeah, they really have been a bright spot in the NL East, and a team that you probably didn't expect. So it's going to be I think just another tough road trip, right? You have to go to Miami and then go to Tampa. Two tough National League teams or American League teams in Tampa, but you're going to have to continue to figure out ways to play good on the road, and I think that's going to be paramount as the Mariners move forward.
We haven't really talked a lot about the series against the Blue Jays, because the Blue Jays, and it feels strange saying that, because these two teams, when they last met, was in the huge stakes, the backdrop of a trip to the World Series on the line. First meeting since then, but just it's kind of an underwhelming Blue Jays team. I don't know. It's a weird Blue Jays team coming in. They're 41-46. They might not have Vlad Guerrero Jr. He's dealing with some back issues. Well, still means a lot, though.
For sure. And I think, for both Mariner and Blue Jay fans, people would say, oh, they still, none of them, neither team has kind of lived up to the expectation and gotten to the point where you think they'd be. But, I just keep going back, especially with the Mariners. It's like, and I pull the March Madness, comparison is like, well, you don't want to be good in December. You want to have a good run at the end of March, right? So I think, as you talked about the Mariners and the acquisitions they made last year, and then that incredible run that they went on, is there another incredible run in the Mariners' future? I think so.
All right. Well, we have a good end of the show coming up. We're going to get to Answer the Question Jerk at 9:45. You can get those questions in 866-979-3776. And then a conversation that I knew would be in-depth and would require maybe some more time. We'll get back to it. We were talking about the labor discussion and how far apart the owners and the players are. And I asked you, I was like, all right, we'll get back to it at 9:30. What on the side of the players could give the owners? What could the players give the owners to get the owners to back off of a salary cap? Because they're entrenched. They want a salary cap. The players are dug in. They do not want a salary cap. So concessions on both sides will be needed. We'll kind of dive into how these sides find common ground. That's coming up at 9:30, and then Answer the Question Jerk at 9:45. All that here on Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports, and the Seattle Sports app.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I'd solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, playing like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it, because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Ah. Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams 4th of July sale and get 30% off paints and stains June 26th through July 6th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
When you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who actually live it, because you need someone who understands the ride. It's Bob Stelton here, and for 25 years, Law Tigers has helped thousands of riders. One mission only, to serve the motorcycle community. With Law Tigers, you never ride alone. That's why riders have trusted Law Tigers, because this isn't just what they do, it's who they are. They're there 24/7, 365 days a year, because riders deserve real support whenever they need it. Your case evaluation is always free, and there are no fees until your case settles. They're going to help you get your bike and your gear repaired or replaced, because they know how much those things mean to you. Law Tigers, 25 years strong and still riding with you. Call 1-800-LAW-TIGERS or visit lawtigers.com. Again, that's 1-800-LAW-TIGERS. With Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Cook Law Office, PLLC, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
Do you know a woman making a difference in Seattle's sports and events community? Someone who leads with purpose, mentors others, champions inclusion, and inspires those around her to be their best? Why Seattle and Seattle Sports want to celebrate her. Nominations are now open for the 2026 Women of Inspiration Award, recognizing an outstanding woman whose impact is helping shape the future of sports and events in our region. Submit your nomination today at woiseattle.org. Nominations close July 10th.
Mariners and Angels tonight at T-Mobile. 6:40 first pitch, pregame at 5:30. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
On BritBox, there is a place where stories twist like cobblestone roads, grand manners hide secrets, and stakes are higher than seaside cliffs. Find places worth getting lost in on BritBox. Watch new series like The Other Bennett Sister from the world of Jane Austen and A Woman of Substance starring Golden Globe winner Brenda Blethyn. If you want to get away, you're in the right place. Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Free trial at BritBox.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's finally here, and we're kicking it off with a whole lot of free. Free brake pads with Duralast rotors. Free oil filter with 5 quarts of oil. Free Armor All wipes with Armor All glass cleaner, and more. More free, so you can have more summer. Celebrate free at AutoZone. Now through July 27th. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, answer the question, jerk, coming up in about 14 minutes. Couldn't truly say 15 if we get there on time.
The jerkier the better? Is that what we say?
The jerkier the better. If you're talking about beef jerky, sure. I think so. Yeah.
You a beef jerky connoisseur?
Love beef jerky. What a terrific snack. It's expensive, but it's worth it.
Got to get that protein.
866-979-3776. You can get those questions in. We will get to them coming up in a little bit. But getting back to a topic that is incredibly nuanced and complex, obviously, or it would have been solved by now, and you wouldn't have the threat of looming work stoppage and a very contentious back and forth between the MLB Players Association and Major League Baseball. So, Charlie, as a former player, someone well-versed in this, still very involved in it, we're getting your perspective on it at 7:30. And I didn't think we fully kind of analyzed the topic from all sides. And, we try to solve the world's problems here. I was hoping maybe we could do that here on this show and then tell baseball, look, hey, we figured it out. We fixed it. I don't think that's happening. Hopefully we're highlighting maybe some of the complicated steps it's going to take to get to a solution. But we had talked about, all right, what could the owners give up to the players to help satisfy the players or get them to come to an agreement? On the other side of that, we know how the players are dug in against the salary cap. So I'm curious, what could the players give up for the owners to then say, okay, we'll back off on a salary cap. We will not take that hard line if the players concede on this?
It's a good question. And I will say, if MLB drops the salary cap thing, we're not going to pursue that. I would imagine the negotiations will go very quickly because of all the other common ground where you can meet in the middle. So I think if MLB is going to stand on this salary cap thing, it's going to be one of those, looming off seasons, and it's going to go on and on and on. But I think, when you look at what the players, would be willing to have conversations about, I think you can talk about the luxury tax, the penalties involved. You could talk about minimum salary we're willing to negotiate, even just, what Super 2 eligibility looks like, and whether that starts earlier or not. You look at the revenue sharing. You look at service time. I think there are, draft questions maybe. I know they mentioned taking away the high school draft and ultimately shrinking the draft. Maybe if you want to shrink it, we don't shrink it as much, right? I think there are ways that the players would be willing to have conversations with MLB, but at the end of the day, we as players, right, we're not going to compromise on something we've been fighting to defend for the last 50 years. And I think that's what is just misconstrued. So in one way, shape, or form, and we, players look at it as a non-starter, well, then let's look at the other things that we can negotiate, the other things that would work out, right? So it's a complicated thing, but it feels as if those are other things that you could look at, what free agency looks like. And obviously you talk about a salary floor and international draft and all these other things. And it's like, well, these are more topics that MLBPA is willing and ready to talk about and negotiate. But I think when you look at it just from that one lens of the salary cap type thing, it really becomes pretty contentious inside that room.
Yeah, and I think for everything you outlined, this is why it's gotten to this point, because in the entirety of baseball until now, the owners have always kind of put that out there, but maybe walked it back or not used it as a significant kind of negotiating tactic. Now they're here, whether it's because of economic factors or whether they're using the guise of the Dodgers dominating to then make their case for this because baseball revenues are down when it comes to local TV rights and perhaps projecting outward the future of how sports are consumed. They might not be able to keep track with their counterparts in the NBA or the NFL and trying to rein all that in. There are some outsized salaries. So I don't know if it gets to a point, and this is why I cede to you over here about this, of hey, if the salary cap is X, if it's so high that even these max salary guys will be satisfied, or if you can do some things to help appease those top earners, because it does involve the top earners, right? Not everyone's going to get to the level of salary that it matters, but because the guys that do represent an outsized portion of the negotiations because they're the ones in line to lose a lot of money, I know that skews a lot of the conversation.
Well, that's the thing that I think on the players' side, we know and everyone knows the unity. And I think that MLB seemingly thinks that they can somehow fracture the union and think that, we're going to have a certain subset of players feel a certain way. And that's what makes the union so strong, is that everyone is unified together. And I think that's what's going to be one of the biggest difference makers, and why, in my opinion, the MLBPA is the best union in sports. So it's something that when you're unified on this front, you're not just protecting the game now and in the near future, it is the long-term outlook. So continuing to have the right conversations and making sure that not only are the players today happy and protected and feel like the deal is fair, it is setting up the future of the game as well.
Unfortunately, I don't think there's going to be any resolution anytime soon.
Yeah,
right? Because of this, because the season's happening and you have the backdrop of, well, teams got to focus on their season, owners have to focus on whatever they focus on during a season, and without the urgency of a deadline, we've had plenty of guests on that say, deadlines are the thing that enact change or action because you have a few months and you can kind of push it back and you can maybe tread a little bit heavier when it comes to not negotiating good faith on either side of the draft proposal. That seemed like it was out of nowhere from the MLB owners. Or then the players come back and say, nope, we're not talking about anything.
Yeah, I mean, I think
both sides have had some kind of
and
tough
as
negotiating good faith.
Right. I think that's the trying to make sure that there is good faith negotiations and with the inevitable PR battle that will ensue, right, of all the things that come out and who says what and how to tip that public perception. And I think that's what MLB is doing, and in some level and I think the PA does it as well, using the public perception on all this as part of it. It isn't necessarily the sole part of negotiations, but I think that's when you sit in those rooms, we have these conversations with players, we have all these ideas and thoughts about where the league is and where it's going, and then you mentioned it's not just what players are presented this year and what they understand. Like, there is a whole group of people in history within the union and even the Alumni Association that understand how these negotiations go. So everyone is trying to do the best they can to protect the interest of the players going forward. So it doesn't mean that the players are saying, no, we don't want to negotiate. We don't want to negotiate on right now how the economics of baseball are, and they're perceived that the MLB is saying that the fans now think that the Dodgers are ruining the game and it's creating parity or whatever inside the competition of baseball. But in actuality, that's not the case, because you look at, like I said earlier, the Rays and the Brewers, who are just doing great, and they're not doing it with a Dodger payroll. So it tells you that you don't need to just spend millions and billions of dollars to get a good team. Now, certainly that does help, but at the end of the day, there are still ways to find value in teams doing it way less. So the idea that this is ruining the game, I don't see it. I don't think players see it that way. If that was the case, then it would only be high salary teams that are in it every year.
Yeah, don't want to get too bogged down in it because it's kind of a sobering topic to think about. It's going to be depressing if there is a lockout again. Baseball's in such a good place with fan interest, with where the sport is now. Rule changes have helped, I think, keep interest. You have talent at all-time highs across the league. A lot of fun, exciting parts. So it was just a kind of chance to kind of get the issues out there and kind of understand, all right, these are going to be the tough topics and tough conversations happening. Unfortunately, Charlie, we will have plenty of time to talk about it once the season ends. But we had the platform, we had the forum this morning. Well, the whole week, actually, that's kind of what came to mind, because we spent an entire break, or an entire hour's worth of breaks, I think, one day talking about this and kind of diving in to the problems facing both sides. I was like, all right, well, let's take this to air and break it down. So some good insight there. It's not going to be a problem that gets solved anytime soon. We will push that now, like both sides have, down the road. We'll kick the can down to the end of the season. Charlie, before we get to answer the question, Jerk, 866-979-3776, there was one immediate change we saw that people are going to notice during the Home Run Derby coming up in a couple of weeks. We got, a little over a week and a half before the Home Run Derby. That is a more easy, digestible topic to talk about, and I think it could bring some fun and viewing interest back to the Home Run Derby. So they had the time clock. We know about that. What do you think of their change now?
Finally.
Kind of going back to the outs format for the Derby.
Finally. I've been saying this for years, and and the reason why is that first year that Julio Rodriguez went into the Home Run Derby, he clearly put on such an incredible show, but he is penalized because it's now a stamina competition, and it now in the past it's putting so much pressure on the pitcher. At no point should the pitcher be involved in the Home Run Derby. Yet now it's requiring the pitcher to throw strike as fast as they can. Mm-hmm. So it just felt like this isn't necessarily a home run derby. This is like a speed contest and stamina contest. So I'm really, really like that they're going back to this old format, and I do think it would have helped Julio win the home run derby.
Yeah, what did he hit? Like 80-some home runs over the course of all those rounds, and you could tell he just got exhausted.
It felt like he won it.
Yeah,
right.
He felt like he won it, and he didn't actually win. I can't remember who won it. It was either
Vlad.
Was it Vlad? Yeah, it was like
Vlad
I remember it was
won it.
Arozarena and Vlad in the finals. That was here. It was the home run derby that was here, and we were all watching it, and we were down in underneath the bowels of the stadium afterwards, and yeah, Vlad came down, the trophy, and I think he had a big chain as well he got as part of it. But I was like, yeah, Julio was the story of that. And the year before as well. When
exactly.
he did it, he didn't win either.
So, and that's because of the format, right? It's like, oh, he ran out of gas and he's penalized when you know he hit the most homers?
So this year, they're going back to it. Not the 10 outs, more outs, actually, or swings, technically. You get 20 swings. And, well, this is a little bit different. All swings count against a player's swing allotment, whether it results in a home run or not. So I kind of like that. You don't have hey, you hit one home run, then all of a sudden you're still hitting. 10 outs did seem like not enough. 20, that's a lot. You keep guys fresh, too, over the course of 3 rounds. So 20 swings in round 1, 15 in round 2, and then 15 again in the final round. And then there are some bonus things like that. Okay, the final swing in any round, you keep going until you do not hit a home run. All right.
Love it.
Interesting. Yeah, that'll be fun.
Yeah, swing till you miss.
Unfortunately, no Mariners in it for the first time in it feels like a long time. Has it been like 3 seasons we've had Mariners in the home run derby? That's 3 or 4 seasons at least.
Yeah.
And Cal won it last year.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right. I think in terms of the broadcast and how you can just not really, ESPN had trouble tracking those home runs. Now it's moving to Netflix now. Maybe that's kind of why they saw it. They realized, like, we want to cover this in a different way, and MLB's obliging.
And to the hitter's perspective, they like seeing the home run. They want to watch where it goes, right? They're hitting mega tanks in places they've never seen, and suddenly they have to just not focus on it and then swing at the next pitch, and then swing at the next pitch. It's kind of just a blur. So I think there is something that's fascinating and enjoying for a hitter to sit there, hit an absolute bomb, and just watch it go with no rush to try and get back to swing another pitch.
Yeah, that is the best part about a home run, just the majestic flight of that ball.
Right.
Getting to watch absolute tanks. How much do we love watching those during a game? So to watch those when this is an event built for that, and they did kind of undercut it when you had the time format. It was swing. Yeah, pitcher have to throw it immediately. He didn't get a chance to appreciate one because the next one was flying out there.
I get bringing the time clock into baseball, but maybe this one was just they missed the mark.
And kind of going back to the labor negotiations, why it'd be a shame to have a lockout. Baseball's in a really good place. Everything they've done change-wise has worked. I mean, the pitch clock has really kept the games moving. That's been great. The ABS challenges, it hasn't affected the game. They're quick. They happen. You move on. It's kept things flowing. Banning the shift to some extent has done wonders as well. So all these changes have been good.
Size of the bases, the relief pitcher rules.
Yeah.
I'm still not a fan of the extra inning rules.
Yeah.
I just think it's just not that fun once the game is in the 10th inning.
I know. It'd be like having penalty kicks to decide a sport. All right. There we go. Have turned it back around to soccer. But yes, most of what baseball's done is put it in a very good place. It would be a shame to see all that undone. That is not a worry for now. That's a worry for much, much later. Right now, our worry is we got to answer a bunch of questions. Time for Answer the Question, Jerk.
This is Brock and Salk's Answer the Question, Jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it.
Answer the question, jerk. Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk.
We could use some more of these.
I got to say, too.
I know we're leading into a holiday weekend, guys, but come on, send us your questions.
I have some people that are actually calling me a jerk, but those are sad Niner fans. So while the match was happening, because soccer, it's boring, all those reviews and all that, and people dying in pain and then magically getting better. While that was happening, I was like, you know what, this is going to be a fun little tweet to throw out there. I was like, this will be hilarious. So just a fun little thing. You don't always know what'll hit, but this has taken off. So a little shameless self-promotion here. I just put out there right when the match ended. Wins at Levi Stadium in 2026. Seahawks, 2. U.S. men's national team, 1. 49ers, the home team of that stadium, 0. And as things happen online, I guess I don't know how things become viral. If I did, maybe I would do that life like the influencers do. But, some people found it, then it got cycled around, then the Niners fans found it, and are they worked up? They are really, really upset by that. It's just simple math, though. I mean, 2, 1, 0, just making a point. I have nothing to do with that. The 49ers have not won a game in their home stadium in 2026.
Just like that.
Just like that. And the Seahawks have too. Yeah.
So good.
I don't know. Maura, you were mentioning you had a viral moment of fame once, right?
Well, just because you were saying people were reaching out to you saying that they saw it other places. The only time that happened to me was when Pete Carroll came on our show and talked about, he didn't come right out and say, but he kind of alluded to that Russell Wilson refused to wear a wristband and didn't always, it hurt them sometimes. And then Russell shows up to one of his first Broncos practices and does his press conference, like really showing off that he's like using his hands and he has a wristband on for his press conference. And I was like, OMG, he's wearing the wristband. And that one kind of blew up.
All right, Charlie, we'll get to some of these questions. I think I need to preface this and give backstory. This is a favorite of loyal listeners. This is referencing an event that now took place almost 6 years ago. So Linda in the 425 says, "Hey, jerks, does Charlie know to take the wax off Baby Bell cheese before biting into it?"
Better believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do? I mean, you eat Baby Bells, right?
I mean, not that often, but when I do,
yeah.
I take that red wax off.
Yeah.
Mike Lefko was unaware as of a few years ago.
Yeah. I bit into the wax.
Way.
Yeah.
You straight up bit into it? What do you think that little tab was in the middle?
Well, because I'd already unwrapped. I didn't see the tab right away. That's why. I was given a Baby Bell and it's fully wrapped.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay, I unwrapped the cheese. It's time to eat it. Why would something individually wrapped be wrapped twice? So I bit into it. And I was like, this tastes a little funny.
You thought it was red cheese?
Yeah. Like brie or something where it's got an outer layer to it. But so Dave and Bob are watching me. Sure. Yeah, cheese has the outer hard shell at times.
Guess sometimes, yes.
So I just grabbed it. Wyman threw me one, unpeeled it, bit into it.
And said, wow.
And then they are staring at me kind of like in awe and horror. And like, did you just bite into the wax? And I was like, oh, is that why it tastes funny? And they're like, yeah, you peel the wax there.
You're a maniac.
Yeah, and now people have never let me forget it, which, to be fair, it's very funny because I love cheese, and I had never consumed it in that way.
Right,
before.
and you've never seen it probably in the package where there's like 10 of them, right? So then maybe you would have noticed if you had an actual package. Oh,
that's
you got
the
to pull the thing off.
So Baby Bells, very environmentally unsafe. They're wrapped essentially 3 ways. They're in the little bag of 10. There you go. You have to undo those.
That's a little net.
Little netting, a little netting, the net's there. Okay. Then you unwrap the shrink-wrapped packaging with all the labels on it, and then you unwrap the red wax. That's a lot. That's a lot of work for one Baby Bell.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So there you go. There's a backstory.
No,
with
I haven't yet to do that. So.
Okay. Well, you're smarter than most people. I think that would be the common answer. I would be the outlier there. 509 says, jerks. Charlie, what was your favorite non-baseball thing about hanging in the bullpen? And what's your funniest story about hanging in the pen? Ooh, that you can tell on air.
Well, I'll be a little self-deprecating. As a reliever, you watch the game and you're trying to figure out, when you may come in. And as a lefty, I was like, all right, well, I got to face the left-handed hitters of the lineup. So trying to look at it and plan for it. And down at, formerly Safeco T-Mobile Park, we have a bathroom down in, right next to where you run out onto the field. And I thought I had a moment to use the bathroom. Said, yeah, we're going to be okay. We're going to get through this. Like, I got time, so I don't think that I'm in there for very long. And sure enough, I'm just minding my own business. And here, out of nowhere, bang, 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 bang. Furbush, get on the mound. We need you now. Get hot. And I'm like, I'm not ready. Oh no. So I need to rapidly clean this up. And I did, as best as I could. And boom, ran out of the door, like still putting my pants back together, grab my glove, run up there, start warming up. And at this point, I'm like, oh, wow. I didn't realize there were changes that had happened. And now I'm going to have to go face a left-handed, hitter. And of course, I am not feeling comfortable, if you know what I mean. And I'm just like, I can't believe this is happening right now, and I'm wearing white pants. Like, please no. Please no. And, of course, what happens? I have to go in.
Right.
I go in, and I get the guy out.
Okay.
I get the guy out. I end up getting the guy out,
Yes.
and, of course, get inside, and I'm just like, at this point, I'm walking off the field thinking everyone can see it. Everyone can see it. But, luckily it was contained enough. But it was totally caught me off guard. I thought I was like in the clear, and I was like, yes, I'm going to be fine. I'm watching the game. And then sure enough, it was one of the most, rattling door knocks I've had.
What is it with relievers who come on this station having trouble with the bathroom? Have you heard the Ryan Roland-Smith story?
Yeah.
He was worse than mine?
Yeah. He was trapped in there during a brawl.
It's less gross.
Yes.
It's less gross, but more
there.
Embarrassing because he let everyone down. He's like, he tells it hilariously. He goes in there, he's using the bathroom. Some skirmish happens. They all run out there, and then the bullpen door swings in to run out, and he is literally trapped in there. So he is like banging on it, trying to get the door open. Missed the entire brawl because of that.
You
guys got to time these.
That's a finable offense usually. You know what I mean?
So yours may be messier, his perhaps more embarrassing.
Yes, but that happened. That's a thing we all deal with down at the bullpen.
Yeah.
But aside from doing that and hanging with the boys, talking about life, random things, that's the best.
All right. Aaron in Vancouver says, so Mike, since you love talking so much with your jazz hands, and I'm like clenching them together, I feel embarrassed. No, were you a theater kid growing up? Have a groovy weekend. If I had any talent, sure, but I have no musical talent whatsoever. Do you know I got kicked off of playing the trumpet? I couldn't make the embouchure. Your lips have to get tight to blow into the trumpet. I couldn't do it, so they kicked me down to baritone. I have no singing ability. I have no musical ability. Just sports and talking about sports.
My little brother plays baritone. I didn't know it was a demotion.
Yeah. Well, if you wanted to be a trumpet guy and you can't play the trumpet, you get kicked down to the baritone.
Wow.
The baritone's huge, or a tuba. So I was like, oh, trumpet, manageable. You don't have to lug around this big case. They're like, nope, you suck at the trumpet. So
I own a saxophone.
You were saxophone?
I own one.
Oh, you own one?
Yeah.
Do you play?
No.
Oh.
Because I failed.
Okay.
I tried. I tried.
Yeah, we're not musically talented.
But apparently there are 3 levels of saxophone. The beginner, intermediate, and professional. I thought, you know what? Let's just grab the professional one. Oh. I can't do it.
All right.
The buttons are way too small. There's way too many of them. And, I failed.
All right. Well, the Chefco or the Furco show is not musically inclined. But outside of that, Charlie.
Karaoke,
it's been a great week, man. Fantastic.
Sign me up for karaoke.
All right, we'll do some karaoke. Thanks to the text as well. Thanks to everyone who was helping us behind the scenes in this whole week, Charlie. A lot of fun. We'll do it again sometime.
Can't wait. It was an amazing week, and I appreciate you guys all tuning in.
All right, that's it for us. Bump and Stacy up next here on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy.
Trademark pending. That's right.
Coming up next at 10.
I feel like I've solved a crime.
You did.
Wow.
Your defense, playing like trash, allowed the Seahawks to claw their way back into the game.
When I read about it and I start to break it down, it's about your overall team. And I think that's the way people have to look at it, because there was nothing offensively that felt dominant.
Bump and Stacy next at 10 on Seattle Sports.
When it comes to your home's water, Culligan makes it better. Say goodbye to hard water, odors, and rusty iron stains. Plus, a Culligan Whole House PFAS system is the only system certified to reduce 99.99% of forever chemicals and over 70 other harmful contaminants. Start with a free water test and let Culligan recommend the right solution for you and your water. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Visit Culligan.com. Impurities may not be in your water.
Summer is here, and it's time to break through your weight loss frustrations. Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss, and we have a proven system that can help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 8 weeks. Whether you need a nutrition plan to complement your GLP injections, or you're like many of our clients who don't want to worry about ongoing monthly costs, giving yourself shots, or uncomfortable side effects. Either way, our program provides the support, accountability, and structured nutrition plan so you can achieve your results for the long term. Schedule your free phone consult at eastsideweightlossklinik.com.
Look, this plan does work. It's Mike Salk here, and I used Eastside Weight Loss Clinic to lose 35 pounds. Just recently, I heard about one of our listeners who lost 40 pounds. How about that? The plan will teach you lifelong habits to continue eating the food you love while losing weight.
We've helped over 4,000 people lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 8 weeks. Come to our clinic in Kirkland or do the program remotely from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. The sounds of summer. They're great until they're not. Luckily, AutoZone has free battery testing and charging
Let me check that for you.
to help make a rough moment smooth. Don't miss the Celebrate Free event at AutoZone. Free products with select deals until July 27th. And free services every day. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-909-4747. That's 800-909-4747. 800-909-4747.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Puget Sound remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here with my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. The stem cell therapy you did on my knee was a game changer. But Dr. Dan, people ask me all the time if you're seeing the same kind of success treating neck and back pain with stem cell therapy.
Great question, Brock. As you know from your experience, we've had tremendous success treating major joints like hips, knees, and shoulders, but we've also seen excellent results treating neck and lower back pain. In fact, we're the only clinic in the Seattle area offering image-guided stem cell and PRP injection therapy specifically for neck and low back pain.
How cool is that? If joint, neck, or back pain is holding you back, call Dr. Daniel Nelson at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine and find out if stem cell therapy may be right for you. Dr. Dan here is the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. Call Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD, at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's 425-823-4000 or danielnelsonmd.com.
Olympic Hot Tub's All-American Soak, Swim, and Sauna event is here. Now's the time to save thousands on a saltwater hot tub, swim spa, or sauna, with up to 3 years to pay for it, interest-free. OlympicHotTub.com.